I started on the wrong screen. For 2 streams in a row, it's on the wrong screen, but that's okay. Welcome back. If you didn't know, this is a VOD. If you're watching the VOD back, we're gonna be doing some of the usual stuff today. Some PC Sherpa Live, could be bringing some people on. I was debating actually playing some Tarkov today, like some more, instead of doing PC Sherpa Live, but then I remembered I had to do setup. So you know, there's that. Yeah, we'll do the usual stuff. I'll open up the Discord, which if you haven't joined, make sure you join that. It is linked in the description below. But yeah, I'll probably pull people from there or just from chat. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But let me do the usual setup and everything, and we will get right to it. Do the usual stuff. Was there something else I was going to talk about? It's a good question, man. I'm not sure, because there was... I was going to talk about... This is just completely off topic. Yeah, well, you know what? I'll bring this up. I don't know. I messaged the one person on my community that I know has this monitor. Also, what's up, Ricky? Good to see you. But if you didn't know, I have a OLED monitor. I have an Asus XG27AQ DMG, and the name I can only remember because I've said it so many times. And I was cleaning it because it was dusty as hell. Absolutely gross. And so I wanted to clean it off. And you know, did the usual stuff, turned off the monitor, got a microfiber cloth fresh, got some water, right? And did my usual thing. I dusted it off and then I cleaned it with the water very lightly with the microfiber cloth. And then I turned it back on. And there's just like 2 big streaks. Like the pixels hue was off. Like on the center of my screen. And I was actually about to cry. I was actually about to like start just break down. Because I was like, oh my god, did I break it? I'm like, how did I break it? Like I barely applied any pressure. I cleaned it the way you're supposed to clean it. Didn't use alcohol, didn't use any other chemicals like a window cleaner or anything. You know, very simple, light dusting, and then I used microfiber cloth. And then I used a pixel cleaning, and it was fine. So that happened. Now I'm just gonna be scared to clean this for the foreseeable future. Still love the monitor, but that was very terrifying. Genuinely scared me to death. So yeah, if you have that monitor, just as a little, you know, side note, may want to be a bit careful. Let me ping the Discord real quick. Boom. All right, Discord's pinged. Now, yeah, we should be good. That's all I gotta do, I think. Twitch stream is up. Boom. Got that going. Yeah, we're locked in. Oh, man. I hope we... Oh, that's what I forgot to do. I have to open up the channel in the Discord. Hold on. There we go. I'm planning to do some PC Sherpa today. Just bring a couple people in. I was debating actually playing, and then I was like, oh yeah, I gotta do setup. Which, by the way, yeah, you know what? I know you guys were worried that we wouldn't get this back, but don't worry. She's back, and she's ready to rumble, and she's hungry for blood. So, you know, that'll be on the cards. Maybe. Don't know if I want to scare anybody in the audience, though, by my sheer dominance with that firearm. Hey, good morning, Unk. Hey, Jeff. Hey, what's up, man? Can you help me with my settings? Yeah, if you want to, just type !Discord in chat. Join the Discord, and then go to the PC Sherpa Live Q channel and type in your specs, and then you'll get a chance to get pulled. Have fun with setup. Thanks, man. I'll see you, Jeff. If you want a chance to get in, yeah, just type it in there. I'm gonna give people a chance just to, like, you know, come in, because I've started like half an hour earlier than I'm normally scheduled to. So I'm just gonna wait some time. Maybe we'll do a scav raid, not because I need the money, or anything like that. just to give people some time to you know, to get in the stream. You know, I'm just trying to be generous to everybody here. You know, just the usual stuff. Also, I need to check and real quickly see, what do I need found in raid? I need a sausage found in raid for that. Oh god. I don't, is that it? No, I need a gas analyzer that I should be able to find. Vodka, beer, and meat. Okay. Oh, of course, in the 60 rounders. Okay. Let's go for him. Are you sticking with DLSS over TAA High? I am. I am sticking with DLSS over TAA High. Now, I will note, when I do like performance testing and stuff like that, those settings may shift and adjust based on, you know, if I'm trying to test if something is like CPU bottlenecks or GPU bottlenecks, you know, the performance of any given scenario, that will obviously change. And if they add DLAA, then that will change too. So, yeah, but for like my general gaming on Tarkov, I'm gonna keep it. There we go. Okay, just cleaning off my desk here. I've dusted off my whole setup. It was time. I haven't cleaned in like a couple weeks, and dust has started to just accumulate. It's so freaking quick, dude. Genuinely, I don't know where all the dust is coming from. Like, it's literally like every week I have to clean my room or else it's just filthy. And I hate it. I despise it. And no, I don't vape. This is a little side note. Also check and make sure I did. Yes, I did open it. Okay. And then it'll be marked. Okay, good. Yeah, channel's good. All right. Nice. Which preset? I normally run preset K, which is the latest. I tried preset J, but K is essentially a more refined version of J. Some people said for certain content it was sharper for them than preset K was, but I mean, obviously you can just play around and, you know, see what transformer preset works best for you. But for me, it's been the latest. I have a 1060. Am I cooked? I mean, really, you can get away with running a 1060 in Tarkov still. If you use like FSR on quality and just kind of chill with that. As long as you have a powerful enough CPU, you should be okay. And obviously lowest, like everything basically. But you can squeeze by with that. It's just really the CPU that is the problem. Hey, what's up, Lieutenant? With my 5600X, it runs like shit. A 1060? With the 5600X? Do you have 16 gigs of RAM too? I put my res to 1440 by 1080. Okay. No, I gotta ask. I gotta ask now. And I'm not trying to diss whoever is promoting it. Okay? For the true stretched res baloney garbage. Okay? I'm gonna just be honest. It's actually not that bad. But where is this coming from? Like, did somebody make like a video for Tarkov specifically about it? Like, where is this trend coming from? Because there's a bunch of people who are now like, yep, I'm running at CRT resolution. And yeah, I love it, man. Everything looks like it's a wide Putin video. And it's great, dude. I fucking love it. And you know, I'm trying to understand it. You know, I'm trying to like sort of wrap my head around it. I'm not actually that critical of it, but where did it come from? Like, I've just started seeing it in the past week, and like everybody's starting to like, every stream I have people talking about it, and I'm like, where did this happen? I didn't mean preset which DLSS in Tarkov. Oh, I use quality, but I'm at 1440p. Which preset you choose will depend on what base resolution you have. If you're at 1080p and 1440p, I recommend quality. But if you're at 4K, you can go down to something like balance or even performance and have it still look great. But odds are you probably don't need to go that low. So you basically want to aim for the highest amount of quality possible. A bunch of people at the beginning of the wipe were trying to convince people to swap to 4.3. Gonna have to send the agents out. Nuh-uh. Only 16:9 users here. Maybe 16:10. Sorry. Sorry. No, I'm kidding. The guy who got second prestige first started talking about it. Oh, okay. No, okay, that starts now it's checking out a little bit more. Not because I don't like that guy or anything. That's not what I'm saying. Just because people are like, "Oh, this guy's really good at the game. He's using a stretch res. Let's follow." And then that's just sort of what happens sometimes, you know. Which is fine. The immersion that the widescreen provides is amazing. I never fucked with ultra wide. I don't know. It kind of like I've used ultra wide monitors before. Not like in my personal setup, but like in various places that I've been at or worked. I've seen ultra wide monitors, and I don't really fuck with it. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really like if something's stretching that entire span. Like it's hard to keep everything in view at once. Like, you can only focus on so much of the picture at a given time. And, like, all of that feels like it's a little, like, overwhelming, you know? And maybe that's just, you know, maybe if I, you know, drove it for a longer period of time, maybe I would not feel that way about it. But right now, that's how I feel about them. Not to say that you can't like them. Obviously. By the way, one of my friends wants to upgrade his PC. He said he wanted the 4070 Ti Super. That's the exact GPU I have. That's not a bad call. Since he expects 50 series to be more expensive, he should wait for the 5070 Ti to come out, because the 5070 Ti is going to have 16 gigs of memory for a $50 cheaper MSRP. And that's coming out in like a week. So just wait, and, or actually, it's not coming out in a week, but I think review embargoes lift in about a week. That's the rumor anyway. Or is it 2 weeks? Something like that. By the end of this month, he should have a much better idea of, like, what he should buy. Because at that price point, it's going to start changing really quickly with that release of that card. And maybe also the release of the 9070 XT. So yeah, he should give it some time. Also another corrugated hose. Holy moly. Ole mole. So you'll be able to buy it in 6 months. Yeah, something like that. Hey, to be fair though, you can't buy the B580 right now either. Or the B570. Like everything's just like out of stock. Hey, T-Mop, what's up, brother? Rio, what's up? Good to see you. Running a scab just to let people come in, you know? Not for any other reason. I don't need money. You know, I've got plenty of money. I don't think I need any of that. I don't think. Oh, I forgot Capframe X. Hello. Oh, and I can close this stuff for now. Okay. Alrighty. Ooh, that was a double barrel. Somebody's getting a little freaky over there. Yeah, as well too about that GPU thing, you as Chill said, there is kind of a purposeful selling out of the market right now, probably to make the 50 series look a little bit better. Supply is kind of drying up a little bit. So, yeah. Especially, I mean, I don't know what the price is of a 4070 Ti Super right now. But if that 4070 Ti Super was anything above $800, I would not even touch it. And I say 800 USD. If it's above that, don't even bother. Don't even bother. Just wait. Well, if the 5070 Ti, 4070 Ti Super is now 1100 euro. Yeah, I would actually, I can't even say, what I'd rather do instead of buy a 4070 Ti Super for 1100 euros. Holy shit. Yeah, no. Nope. Nope. That is, I bought mine for $770 USD, and that was like 2.5 months ago, 3 months ago, maybe. So yeah, no. Nope. Hell no. I see 4080 Super for 1600 locally. Holy fuck. Yeah, no, bro. What? Yeah, no. It's like 4070 is only going to be more expensive as time goes by, though. No. Well, what's that logic from? That's crazy. That's insanity. That doesn't make any sense. Why would it just keep going up? What's going to happen is that even if, let's say the 4070 Ti Super just keeps going up in price, right? Because it's running out of stock. If it's running out of stock, they're going to aim to replace that stock with the 5070 Ti over time. So after you get past the people who are, you know, crawling over fences and running through kindergartens to get a graphics card, which by the way actually happened in Japan, you should look that up. That's like not even a joke. Once you get past those people and stock starts to settle a little bit, and then you can, yeah. And they'll take time, and that's okay. If he's chilling with his current build, he can even take his current build, buy the rest of the parts, and just use his old GPU till the price is right. But you don't want to buy that marked up price, because the value is so shit. You're genuinely just burning hundreds of euros. Just like, just throwing it to the wind. Genuinely. Because of, you know, it's the time of new releases, you know? So, yeah. Which is why I pulled the trigger when I did on Black Friday, because I was like, I want something more than 8 gigs of VRAM. 4070 Ti Super is the cheapest thing I can get with that. And I saw it for like $770 bucks, and I was like, boom, mine. Or whatever the price was. I think it was actually a little bit cheaper than that. I was like, nope, I'm taking that. That's fine. Because I knew some shit like this was going to happen, where like, prices would just fluctuate like crazy. I didn't expect Nvidia to just like say, yeah, there's no more stock, elbozos. But on the plus side, you could buy a 5090 for 3,400 euros, if you want. If you want kissy face. And it's like, no, actually no, I don't think I will. And it's crazy that a lot of people are. Any known bans in EFT for using the new DLSS? No. There are no known bans for using this new DLSS. I believe, and this is just hearsay, so take this as you will, the issue in the past was DLSS tweaks, which was a unofficial mod, not from Nvidia, just from like the Nexus mods page that allowed you to swap the DLL file. This is a different thing. So, and this is also officially supported by Nvidia. So, two different things. And if they want to, I'm streaming with it right now. So, yeah, you got the evidence if you want to just strike me down, Zeus. Hey, what's up, Graptic? Recently upgraded to a 9800X 3D. Ooh. Wait, can I put that on my... Hold on. Oh, can't attach one. Okay. So basically just wait for the 50. Yep. Yeah. But yeah, 64 gigs, 6800 megahertz, CL32.
Пожрать бы, конечно, не помешало.
I didn't hear me. I don't have that extract. Okay. Ooh. Don't break my leg. Ooh. Okay. I have catacombs. I'll go there. But the 6800 megahertz RAM is weird. Getting stutters and FPS drops in PV and PvP. I think your RAM is the issue. You might... That's a really... that is kind of a... That's a really weird setup, and that's probably running 2-to-1 by default. I would honestly... You could... I would honestly drop that to 6200 megahertz and then use 1-to-1. So set the UCLK to 3100. The MCLK would be 3100, and the FCLK could probably do like 2066 maybe? 2033? Oh shit, I ran out of stamina in the middle of nowhere. Hey Proxy, what's up, man? Market's completely fucked. It is. It's really horrible. As soon as the 50 series launched, all used GPUs went up 60% in price. Yeah. I don't get people, like... Honestly, what's happening right now reminds me of, like, an Apple product launch. It's like, I don't care what the reviews say. I don't care what type of value there is. I don't care how much money I have to pay. I am going to get the new thing. And I don't care what stops me. I don't care if I get scalped. I'm gonna buy it. I want the new product. Because bigger number, better. It's so weird. It's such a strange... I'm like, I pray that one day I will be in the financial situation where I can just run out and decide to just, like, bomb rush a micro center to buy a 5090 for, like... 3100 USD or like some crazy markup price. Like, God bless them. I don't know, like, they got blessed by something, because like there ain't no way in hell that you're gonna catch me chasing the opportunity, not even like guarantee like, okay, I can buy it at this price, the opportunity to buy it at a higher price. It's like the card isn't even that good. It's not even that good. Like, yes, it's the best card now. Yes, it does perform, like, 25% better than the 4090. But it also uses 30% more power. Or maybe I got those numbers mixed up. But it's something like that. I think I did. It's the other way around. But, it's like, there's barely any efficiency gain on the 5090. You need, like, the most powerful CPU. You need a 9800X 3D. In order to really get the full potential out of that card. Because of how freaking powerful it is. So it's like... Why would you change? Why? What's the point? Do you really need it that bad? Like, why? I assure you, you'll probably love a 5080. Or like a 4080. Like, this... Granted, the 16 gigs of VRAM is honestly the fucking bullshit part of it. But anyway. Anyway, derailing from that, is it worth it to set my RAM speed higher than my CPU recommends? I mean, yeah, if you configure it correctly. I don't know what CPU you have, though. I can't really generalize that. Clem, my 3600K can't even hit 60 on customs anymore. What's going on? Yeah, everything's fine. Don't worry, okay? We're in safe hands. Alright, everything is just fine. There's no reason to be alarmed. Everything is just fine and working as intended. Your purchase of the Unheard Edition will be rewarded. Yep. Yeah, but it is normal. Yeah. But you should be able to hit above 60 sometimes. Like, when you're in the thick of it, you'll probably fall below 60. But, like, if you're on the edges of the map, you're probably getting above 60. It's just in the thick of it, you might be going below that. In a scope, I'm in a grave. Yeah. Alright, let's see. Too much hype with GPUs these last couple of years. And I don't know, like, where's the, like, what? It's like when Nvidia said, like, 5070, 4090 performance. And everybody's like, holy shit, I'm buying a 5070. And it's like, you look at a 5080, and in raw raster, it's not beating a 4090. And you're like, oh. Like, I don't know how the logic doesn't connect, but like, okay, it's not true. Like, I don't... What are we looking at? What are we looking at? Like, I don't understand it. I would love to see Tarkov get more optimized. It's not normal for a beast CPU and a good GPU to get you like 80 to 100 FPS and not even full max settings. What's your setup? Let me just, I'm gonna vendor the rest of this, I don't care. Realistically, the 50 series isn't even that much better. Yes. So in my mind, it only really makes sense to upgrade if you have a 30 or lower. Yes. I'm happy with my 3080 Ti. Finally getting 100% GPU usage is nice. Yeah, it'll be good for another year or two. Yeah, and you have enough VRAM. Clementine, thoughts on smooth motion? The option in the Nvidia for 50 series only right now. Yeah, the driver frame generation. Just use lossless scaling instead. Yeah. The main complaint that I've seen people have about it is that once you enable it, you have to restart the game in order to get it to work. So kind of a pain like that with lossless scaling, you just toggle it on and off. It has the same information that that lossless scaling has. It can't really get much more. It's outside of the game entirely. So currently probably the 5070 Ti. For a good upgrade for your friend, yeah, Lieutenant. Would it be logical? What would be a logical upgrade from a 3070 Ti? In the next couple months, keep that 3070 Ti because now the prices are too crazy. So you're stuck now. Like if it was a couple months ago, I had a 3070 Ti, I would have recommended you to get the 4070 Ti Super when it went on sale around Black Friday, but we're past that. Now, buckle up, wait a couple months, let the 9070 XT come out, because that's going to be a huge contender, as long as they price it right. Big asterisk, as long as they price it right. On Nvidia's side, you're going to want to look at something like a 5070 Ti. Would be a really good upgrade. Again, just got to see what the pricing is like and the availability. So I can't like, you know, fully recommend it. But those are the two things for around that performance tier for like people who are at like a 3070 Ti or 6700 XT. If they're trying to look for a meaningful performance jump, that's the nearest thing that I would probably go to. And that still doesn't make full sense because it's not that big of a performance leap, but that's because of the VRAM limitation, the 3070 Ti, that's what I would be looking for. My friend is crashing all the time. Is it a RAM or VRAM issue? I don't know. Just by that, I'm not sure. He probably has his paging file on a hard drive or some shit. Is upgrading my 13th Gen i5 to a 12th Gen i9 a meaningful upgrade? No. You're probably... odds are you're going to be very close in performance. Like maybe 5%. So don't even bother. My friend sent me a screenshot of him having 260 FPS on streets, the 9800 X3D and 5080 with smooth motion. I can show you a screenshot of me getting 400 FPS by... Actually, no. I can show you a screenshot of me getting 2000 FPS because I could use lossless scaling and then set the percentage to times 20 so that it multiplies the frames by 20 and then get the bigger number. And that'll feel bad because that 260 FPS isn't... It's not like... it's not actually 260 FPS. Like I talked about this in my loss of scaling video. Whatever input latency, like the input latency you're going to feel is going to be worse. And it's going to be, at best, the frame rate, the input latency of the frame rate you start with. So if you're at 60 FPS and you turn on loss of scaling, assuming there's no performance impact from that, which there will be, there might be some slight overhead. If you're sitting at 60 FPS, it's still going to feel like 60 FPS. There's going to be more smoothness in the image, but it's not going to feel like 120 FPS. It won't be as responsive. It'll be way less responsive than even 60 FPS, to be honest with you. But that's the problem with frame generation in a shooter game, is that your latency is hurt, and you have to make that choice, you know, if you want to have that additional latency to have the motion fluidity or what. Let's see. Is loss of scaling a good option for Tarkov, though, with the added input lag? I didn't like it, but a lot of people did. I made a video on it just to explain it. But, I mean, I like loss of scaling as an app. I think it's really cool that you can just apply frame generation to anything. Like, I used it in, like, my Elden Ring playthrough because I thought it was great for that. And that was when it was not even what it is now. It was way worse quality back then. So, yeah, there's applications that I like it for, but it's not, for me, using it in any shooter is gross. But that's just me. Hey, what's up, Viper? I've been getting less frames everywhere for the past couple of weeks. You have 5000X of 2080 Super and 48 gigs of RAM. Interesting. On a 32-inch 1440p monitor with 27-inch 1080p second monitor, is that too much? You're CPU limited. And also, is that RAM actually running at that? Is that 2x24 kit, Viper? Okay, I should also check the Discord. So now we're just like, we're in like a conversation now, chat. And now I'm just like starting to just like rant. Now I'm just like, now I'm just going off. I gotta lock in here. I have a 3070 with a 1200 KF and 32 gigs. I'm getting 80 FPS and didn't try Streets. What's the best upgrade? Your CPU. The 3070 will be fine for Tarkov as long as you manage your expectations with texture quality and go to low or medium, max medium. The 3070 is fine. The CPU is what you need to upgrade there. Game. The 4600K will give you probably 15% more performance. So is it worth the price? No. But that is an option, and that's really your only option. You can go up to a 4900K, which will give you significantly more performance. But that also costs a hell of a lot more money, and you got to get a cooler for that, which also costs a decent bit more money. And you got to make sure your motherboard supports it. So as far as like the VRM specs are concerned, so the upgrade path is kind of limited, but you got a couple options. If I were you, if I was looking for a budget upgrade, 14600 KF. If I was looking for the best I could put in the slot, 14900K. And then if I was looking for the best that I could buy and I didn't care about the price, I would throw out the old motherboard and get a 9800X 3D and go on to AM5. But Clem, it's like 5 nanoseconds latency. What? 5 milliseconds latency, maybe top. What? No. Or more. There's no way anyone would notice this, right? Well, no, Ghost. The latency is entirely dependent on your base frame rate and what you generate, like your multiplier times 2, times 3, times 4. What people don't understand is that in order to generate the next frame, like in order to generate a frame, all right, we're going to do this way. Nope, we need it. We need it. Get it out. Get out the board. Get out the board. So in order, let's say you got frame 1. Oh God, I need to, aha, there we go. You got frame 1, okay? And you got frame 2, okay? This is, oh God, oh no. Oh wow, that's a lot bigger than I thought. Don't quote me on that. Frame 1, okay? And you got frame 2, okay? We got frame 1 and frame 2. If you want to generate a frame in between these two frames, how are you going to do that? How are you going to do that? Well, you need this frame. Oh. You need this frame. And you need this frame. So in order to generate... Oh, that's right. You can't see it. So in order to generate a frame in between here, you need both frames. So you can't even start to generate frames until you have the frame that comes after the generated frame. You can't just generate off of nothing. You can't predict the future. You don't know what's going to happen until that frame is mostly completed. So you need to have that frame, and then you need to stall this frame for a certain amount of time for this frame to generate. And then once that's done, you need to display this frame, because it's useless if you are able to generate this frame and it's displayed for no milliseconds. You need to display this frame for a significant amount of time, or it's useless. It doesn't, if you're not displaying it, then what's the point of even having it in the first place? So that's where that comes in. Is because by principle, you have to wait for this frame. You have to wait for the second frame before I just read what Chill said. I'm getting there. I'm sorry. But you have to have the next frame. So is DLSS4 giving input lag? Okay, no. Okay. Let's go to that now. Let's go to DLSS4. Okay? Let's talk about it. Oh, God. DLSS4. This is DLSS4. Okay? DLSS4 is here. Oh, God. DLSS4. You got DLSS4. What's in DLSS4? You have DLSS super resolution. You have DLSS ray reconstruction. And you have DLSS frame generation. Okay? When you have... Oh, I can't click on that box now. Fuck. Oh, shit. Okay, we're going to leave that there, because I suck at using paint. You have all these different features. These are all bundled under this stupid umbrella that's called DLSS4. And why am I calling it stupid? Because it confuses you guys as the end consumer, thinking that this super resolution technology is the same as this, and also is the same as this. Everybody thinks this is all the same thing, and it's not the same thing. It's just bundled under the same name, and it's different technologies. This right here is the upscaling thing. Okay, so this is like, for example, when I go in the game and I go over here and I set DLSS to be on LOD Quality, that is running the game at a lower than native resolution. There we go, I've linked on the thing. Lower than native resolution, and then upscaling it back to what it thinks will be as close to native resolution as it can create from the data that's inputted. That is not the same thing as frame generation. Also, you don't have to worry about this. This is for ray tracing, so you don't have to worry about this. But that is not the same thing as frame generation. Frame generation is the thing I just talked about, where you have two frames and you delay the second frame to generate a frame in between to make the image look smoother. That is what frame generation is. Super resolution is not the same thing. And even though it's under the same name, it's not the same thing, which is why, for example, if you go on to something like a game that supports DLSS, sometimes it doesn't support frame generation. Like Escape from Tarkov, it only supports the super resolution, but it doesn't say super resolution. It says Nvidia DLSS, because for most people, they refer to DLSS as the upscaling and then refer to other features as like ray reconstruction or frame generation. They don't actually say like, hey, okay, this is DLSS super resolution. Which is, I know, extremely confusing for the end consumer. That's why I hate it, but that's how it is, so we gotta live by it. So when you have like all this stuff bundled together, it makes sense why people are mistaking it. Frame generation, as I explained, does increase input latency on principle because it needs data from the next frame. Super resolution does not need that because it's working in the same frame. It does not provide additional input latency because of the reduction in resolution that you're getting before it does the work to then upscale it back up to that native resolution. And also, Ghost, you said like, but Clem, we are waiting like 3 milliseconds, so how is it bad? For frame generation, if we go back to that scene, right? If we go back to frame generation, and let's make this a little bit bigger actually. If we go back to that frame generation thing, right? We have 2 frames. And we're saying, let's say we're at like, I don't know, Let's say we're at 60 FPS, and I'm so sorry for my writing with the mouse. I am terribly sorry. I just want to preface this. We're at 60 FPS base. 60 FPS, if you didn't know, FPS is frames per second. I feel like that's pretty well known. So if we have 1 second and we divide that by 60 frames, that equals 16 point, I believe that's 67 milliseconds in between each frame. Okay? Let me do the math on that. Nope. Oh, it's... Wait. No, I'm right. I'm right. Okay, good. So that's that. Let's say we're multiplying this by 2 with frame generation. Wow. Wow, that's terrible. Which equals 120 FPS in quotation marks. Okay? And now we have 120 FPS. All right? So now that we're using frame generation, now we have 120 frames. So now we're actually at 8.34 milliseconds, right? Between each frame, which is awesome, right? But keep in mind, you still only have 60 real frames. So the time that the fake frame is going to be displayed, along with the time that, of course, has to delay the next frame from showing in the first place, so that you have additional delay from seeing the next frame, you have this to worry about. Because now you have time where it's not actually showing the latest thing. Before, the only time where it would not show the latest thing is this.
EFT is not a fun game.
But now you have time where the frame generation, because of the fact that it's delaying the most recent frame, you have time where it's not not showing the most recent thing. Think about if somebody's like peeking a corner. I should go to the hideout for this. Think if somebody's peeking a corner. As you're moving out of that corner, the game can't really understand, especially if you're using like lossless scaling. With DLSS frame generation, when it's implemented into the game properly, it has more information than this. But like, if you're peeking a corner, there's no way for the frame generation, especially when it's outside of the game, to know what's around that corner. So as you move, it has to basically guess what's between that corner, and it has the data from the next frame. But if it, for example, garbles up that image, or just flat out decides to remove part of whatever it's seeing on the other side of that corner from the next frame, it delays you from seeing that next thing. So, and the input that you, actually, let me walk back a second. When you have 120 FPS natively, you have better input delay because you actually have this, or you actually have this. When you're at an actual 120 FPS, that is your frame pacing. So every 8.34 milliseconds, you will see a new frame on your screen. But that's not the same thing with frame generation because you're still at this actual 60. So you don't get as updated information as quickly. Not to mention, you don't get to input in those fake frames, which I think, honestly, for people who know about this, I think this is what Reflex Warp is going to try to help with. I think in the future, they're going to try to input that with frame generation to adjust for the input of a user in a generated frame. That's just a crazy guess. That might be completely wrong, but I'm just going to throw that out there. Oh, what I see here. Could I hear your thoughts on DSR? It's TLDR. It can be really nice when you have the GPU headroom to spare, and it pairs great with the DLSS transformer model. But when you're like, I don't run it, for instance, because like I play a lot of different games, and I don't want to have to go and constantly change the resolution. It's just too much of a pain in the ass, honestly, to have running constantly. And also the desktop looks worse when you're running DSR. And yeah, just not for me personally. But for those of you who want better image stability, it could be really nice. That number, to also say one thing to you, Ghost, that number, like 3 milliseconds, is completely arbitrary. Not to like throw you under the bus, I'm not trying to do that, but like that number, whatever number you're saying, is different based on the base frame rate. So when you see, okay, let me read this. I'm gonna try to run the dual GPU setup that Purology was running. The total setup he did, the calculations, he only had 8 to 10 milliseconds of delay, and no human can notice that delay. Sure. He had 240 FPS on Streets Online. Sure. He's also starting at 120 base FPS. Assuming he's doing ×2 frame generation and going up to 240, he's starting at 120 FPS. So he's already starting at this latency right here. He's already starting with that latency. The lower you go from base frame rate, the worse you're going to feel that latency. Because if you're not able to hit that, there's more time in between each frame, inherently. The lower FPS you have. Because remember, FPS is frames per second. So if you're displaying 120 images on your screen every second, there's less delay in between each image than if you're delaying 60 images on your screen each second. Get what I mean? Also, yeah, I'm gonna check the queue. Sorry, I'm getting to that. I'm sorry, this was just like my rant. Really quickly, if you guys want a chance to hop in, and also I didn't really do that full rant, but maybe I should make something specifically about latency and like actually like get some research behind it and make a video about it. I don't know. Also, I should point out, not everybody can perceive the latency, and not everybody feels it. You know, which I think is frankly crazy, especially from the people who are like at 60 FPS base. I feel like it's obvious at that FPS that it's happening, but you know, that's just my opinion. You know, so I personally think that, you know, when you're getting up in refresh rate, the higher base refresh rate you're at, when you're getting like above 100 FPS, then frame generation can start to make a little bit of sense, for me personally. But Stuart, I actually haven't helped anybody yet. I've been ranting this entire time. How long have I been? I've been talking for 45 minutes. Oh, that's my bad. But no, I haven't. Yeah, you're just in time, actually. Okay. I mean, it makes sense, but if you never hit 100 plus and the game feels smooth, would it truly matter? Like, actually, 100 plus millisecond delay? Wait. It makes sense, but if you never hit 100 FPS plus and the game feels smooth, that's what I'm saying. Is that I will Sherpa. If you want a Sherpa, make sure you type in this Discord. I'll choose somebody in a minute. One more thing before I actually choose somebody in the Discord. And if you want to join, make sure you join my Discord and then go to this channel, PC Sherpa Live Queue, and type in here. I know. I lost my track. That's it. That's what you have to choose between, Ghost. Is do you want the extra motion fluidity at the cost of additional latency impact from whatever base frame rate you're at? Or do you want the best responsiveness possible? Because if you want the best responsiveness possible, that is without frame generation in principle. It is without frame generation because the frame generation has to delay the next frame. So in principle, it has to be without frame generation. And that's the choice you have to make. If it feels more smooth and you like how it feels and you don't care about it, then that's okay. That's okay. Then you can run it. You know, that's the thing, is that it's entirely up to you on if you actually feel that amount of latency or not. So yeah, that's that. Not to mention, none of this is taking into account your latency when connecting to BSG servers. That's true too. That is also very true. Well, you'll have to just try it then, Ghost. I mean, you can get loss of scaling for like $7 and give it a shot, you know? Hey, I recently upgraded from Ryzen 7 5800X 3D to Ryzen 7 9800X 3D at 30 gigs of RAM at 64 megahertz, and I can see the FPS boost, but on streets I can see small FPS stuttering. I don't know what GPU you have, but as a precaution, simply run low textures, and then if you have MSI Afterburner powered monitoring on, turn that off completely, and that should get rid of the stuttering. I'm gonna Sherpa. I was giving people, look, there's somebody typing right now. I am giving them a second I'm giving him a second. Okay? We're gonna choose somebody in a second, okay? I swear. I swear. I have the GPUs to try DLSS plus fluid motion frames too. That's just a gimmick. No. Personally, if I chose between DLSS and fluid motion frames 2, or just using DLSS and then just using lossless scaling, I would choose lossless scaling. Like, I don't want to have a second GPU in my system that I have to then install the drivers for. It's gonna get into a mess. I'd rather just use lossless scaling, personally. This is interesting. We don't know what speed this is. That's kind of interesting. We've helped a lot of people with dual CCD CPUs, though. Like, I feel like every Sherpa Sunday that we do, like, we help somebody who has a 5950X or 5900X. Also, if integrate GPU, it's disabled. That shouldn't be causing any concern, or that shouldn't be doing anything. No, unless you've installed drivers with that you may have to DDU out. I don't know what I mean. Tiori, you've been in here for a while. I know I've seen you in the Discord in the past. What's your issue? This seems like a pretty solid setup, honestly. That looks pretty solid. This guy, he probably has RAM that's possibly at like a slower speed. I don't know though. And then also odds are maybe he's having an issue with like process lasso. And sorting the processes out correctly. Because Streets at 40 FPS on that is a little rough. What's this for? Just helping people get better frames? Yeah, basically. People can just type in here and then I will bring them into VC if they need some help. Oh. Open here prematurely. Oh, did I not turn off those? Oh, I didn't go on streamer mode. Wait, let me go on streamer mode. Whoop. It's, oh god, where is it? There it is. Okay. Hey, what's up, Wild? Yeah, I see that. I mean, I guess we could help. I mean, like, then this is 70 FPS average almost everywhere. I have a feeling. I just have like I have like an intuition right now that I know what the problem is going to be here. So, and he's a Twitch sub, so I know that he's not going to fuck me over, or like join and just start shouting shit or something. So yeah, we can, odds are we'll pull you in real quick. I got an idea, so yeah, and if you want to, yeah, make sure you join the Discord if you want a chance to get pulled in. I'm gonna help Rip if you're ready, or Kalishna. If you're ready, I can pull you up the channel. And check it out. Because I think this will be pretty quick. I always say that and then it lasts like an hour and a half. But I think, like, I think that CPU would be around 60 FPS on Streets. That'd be my guess, maybe. So we'll make sure. I remember buying a 4070 Ti at 1100 euro or dollar card, not being able to run high textures. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know, man. I'm just on the border of being able to run high textures. Like, I'll be playing sometimes and then I can feel that, like, the VRAM stutter and I'm like, oh god. Just hop in any VC, Kalishna, I can bring you up. Oh my god, I almost dropped my water. Where is the 4070 Ti 1100? That's garbage. That's what I was thinking. When did you buy that? Cause that's crazy. Stretch. Get ready. Sherpa time. Ready? Are you in a VC? I need to pull you up. Do you guys recommend ISLC and Process Lasso for a 4090 and 9800X 3D setup? No. No. And then maybe we'll take this next. This is actually an interesting setup. I haven't helped like a Tulsa 100K in a while. But we'll see if we get any other submissions. I've got a 4070 Ti Super. Should it be running at 98%? That's fine. You're just GPU bottlenecked. That's fine. Yeah. As long as the FPS is acceptable for you, that's fine. Also, Paul, thank you for the sub. Xenox, thank you for the follow, by the way. And Lucas, thank you for the follow. Bread Sizzle, thank you for the follow. I completely forgot to thank all of you. Yeah, let me pull them up. Yo. You there? Oh, I forgot. Hold on, I gotta change my input. Hold on. Because I can't hear you right now. There we go. What's up, man?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going. It's going. I mean, you've heard me ranting for the past 30 minutes, probably.
I have, yeah. It's been
good.
fun.
It's been going, man.
It's been a good chat. I've been learning, so.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's like the really good thing about like doing this channel is because, I mean, like if you look at like my earlier videos, like I mean, I can say this about myself. I wouldn't say this about somebody else who doesn't know about this, but I was the fucking dumbass. Okay, I like in comparison to what I know now, way more stupid. So just over time, we're getting there. We're getting way better.
Good, and then you're giving us that knowledge, so that's
that's
fun.
Pretty
dope.
Yeah. Let's see, you have a setup I've worked with a lot in the past, so this should be fairly straightforward.
Cool.
Feel free to, whenever you're ready, just pull up. We'll start with the basics, start with your settings and stuff, and then move from there.
Sure. You want me to share?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, cool.
Oh, Ghost Prox, I think for the 5 months. Holy shit, 5 months, jeez. Convo on YouTube is just scraping info off your brain. It's not to be contested or anything. Oh, I know. I know, Ghost, I know. I didn't think of it as contested. I was just explaining. I'm not yelling at you. Even though I know I'm raising my voice, I'm not like yelling at you. I'm just explaining, that's all. Oh, okay. Whoa. What's your GPU? 6700 XT, right?
Yes. Yeah,
okay.
12 gig.
Okay. This is fine. Let's scroll down real quick. Wait a second. Can you click on Nvidia Reflex low latency for me for a second?
Sure.
Wait. Hold on a second. That shouldn't... Am I crazy? Or, like, I've helped...
Why is this here?
That shouldn't... You shouldn't be able to do... That's not right. Is that like a BSG bug? Or is that... Okay. Have you had...
So I've never had an Nvidia card, so I don't...
Okay.
Yeah, I mean...
That's probably a BSG bug then. Okay. Because I'm like... That's not right. Like, you shouldn't have any Nvidia drivers in there or anything, so it should just gray that out.
Right.
Okay. The rest of this is fine. There shouldn't be any meaningful issue here. In your game settings, what do you have in the game settings real quick? New update BSG announced. What is on their Twitter? Sorry, somebody's telling me in chat. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Seems, I think whatever problem you have, it's got to be external. So have you like done anything in the past to say like tweak your system or using like Process Lasso or, you know, like other programs or anything like that?
No, the most I've done, which I'm not doing right now, was on the AMD software. I would apply like a really mild OC.
Okay.
Just like adding power, like the power percentage, and like fast timing on the memory, but nothing too serious. But right now I'm not doing that at all. I think I have just the minimal AMD software install.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's first let me just check some of the obvious stuff real quick.
Okay.
Are you sharing just your, just your game or the full screen?
Yeah, just the game right now.
Okay. If you can, could you show the whole screen just so I can check like Task Manager and the background?
Yeah, for sure.
Like
Hold
that?
on.
Okay. And if you need me to hide the screen or anything, just let me know.
No, I don't think I have anything to
Okay.
hide.
He's on full screen. Oh, he was on full screen. You're right. Oh, we'll change that then. I didn't realize.
Oh,
Good
is full
call.
screen not optimal?
Ironically, right now, no. Also, like fire AMD propaganda background, by the way. That's kind of
You like it?
Yeah, that's kind of heat.
Yeah. Yeah.
So let's see. Just sort by name in the process list real quick.
Sure.
You can just click on name under processes, like that column. Yeah, there we go. Okay. He's got the oh
Go ahead
boy.
and end that real quick.
No, you're good. I'm already seeing some stuff that you got the, I don't know what the Dragon Center is, but that's awesome. EA background service.
It's MSI.
Oh.
It's MSI motherboard. It like controls the RGB.
Okay. You got fan control, you got ExpressVPN, you have GCC, which I feel like I recognize, but I forgot what that is.
It's a Gigabyte Control Center. It's for the graphics card. I have the Gigabyte Gaming OC 6700.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
You got Apple iCloud.
Yeah, I do.
Peter's Equalizer. Shout out Peter, I guess.
Yeah, it's EQ. Sound EQ.
Yeah. Transit to taskbar. Okay. Let me ask you too real quick. Did you build this yourself or was this like a pre-built
I did.
system? Okay.
Yeah, I built it myself.
When you built it, did you install all of the drivers or did you have it manually pull or automatically pull stuff for you?
I installed everything myself. I went to the to AMD and grabbed the chipset software and grabbed the rest of the software.
Okay. All right. That's good. What's Pulsar Fusion, by the way?
It's my mouse.
Oh, hello. Okay.
Yeah, it's the mouse.
Okay.
This guy here.
Okay. So all right, we got a. To be honest, there's a lot of stuff in the background right now. Now,
okay.
I will say that having a lot of stuff in the background isn't inherently a bad thing. It's just if that stuff is constantly doing things in the background, if there are a couple apps that are like problem apps that are constantly processing something, then that can be an issue. Or if it like occasionally like spikes up or does something in the background that you didn't know, then that could cause some abnormal performance hiccups. So what I think we should do in this situation, you have a 5950X. I've talked about in the past process lasso. You heard me ask you about it at the beginning.
Right.
I think as a start, that might be a good place to go because if you've, I mean, we could do things like, for example, update your chipset driver and, you know, make sure graphics cards are up to date, make sure nothing was fetched accidentally when you first built the PC. But I think just like from looking at it right now, I think the first issue is a lot of stuff in the background and also the fact that you're running on full screen, but we'll check that out. So whenever you're ready, just you can, all right, do you want to download the app first? Or do you want to get into an offline raid first? Either
whatever is optimal. You want me to get it? I can just grab it right away.
It's pretty quick.
Okay. Where am I going?
Just bitsum.com.
What is it?
Bitsum. BITSUM. lod.com. And then there it is, download for free. And send it. Clem, did you ask about BIOS versions? I did not yet, no. And also, we should check the memory speed too at some point. Thank you for mentioning that, Stuart.
It's 3600 CL18, I believe.
Okay. I just want to make sure it's running properly in like task management stuff. All that's fine as long as that's personal preference. So you can, if you want to start moving your desktop shortcut.
Yeah, that's fine. We could, for now, it's fine.
Awesome. All right. Now we're in. So just to get you familiar real quick, the top right is showing you every single one of your CPU threads and what they're currently doing right now. So you can see, like, for example, you have a lot of things that are running on the first couple of threads. And also, actually, I'll explain that in a second. And of course, as you go down the line there, you're starting to see, like, on the second bar or second row, there's not really much usage at all.
Right.
Your CPU has dual CCD or complex compute die configuration. And what that means is you have 8 cores on one CCD and 8 cores on the other CCD that is on your CPU's central board. I forgot the name for it right now. But there's basically 2 dies on the CPU. And so whenever a process is trying to use either more than 8 cores, or it's just trying to use cores that are located on both CCDs, it has to talk in between those 2 things. You can think of it like there's 2 cities, and in order for them to talk, they have to have a guy run across a bridge in between the 2 of them. So it's more efficient if you just keep all the crosstalk in the same CCD.
On the same side.
Yeah, than having to keep running across. So what I have a lot of people do is set the game to be on the primary one, and then I take their other applications, and in your case, you have a bunch of extra cores that allows you to move even more stuff, where you can put like Discord on the second CCD, your browser on the second CCD, and that just completely separates all that extra crap from the game's threads, so it doesn't have to fight for process time on the same threads.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So, and that's particularly useful for CPUs like 7950X3D, if any of you out there have that, or like dual CCD CPUs where one of them has the 3D V-cache and the other one doesn't. That's why, in general, I recommend people to use the first CCD for the game, because then it doesn't make people get confused, because on the X3D CPUs, it's on the first one. So that's what we'll be doing for you as well, even though you don't have an X3D chip.
Right.
So we don't have to sort anything out just yet. We'll go into a offline RAID as a baseline. Just pop into a, you can go into a Streets offline RAID if you want. That'll probably be the most easiest way for you to find a CPU bound scenario.
Any day or night?
Either, it doesn't matter. Hey, what's up, Kabooms? Hope work's going well, man. Yeah, you want practice mode and then disable AI so you don't get like shot and killed while you're testing.
Yeah.
And then you can go for it. And I will say as well that because we're disabling AI, the performance is going to look better than you typically see in an online RAID. And also be more consistent. But what that allows you to do is then sorry, I just got a follow notification. Thanks, Brums. What that allows you to do is isolate some of the changes you're making to see if they're actually, making a difference in performance. So that's what we're going to be doing. I want to see what you're getting as a base though before we keep going. Let me just quickly look at chat real quick. Oh God. Oh, I missed so much. I'm really becoming obsessive about Tarkov's performance. I spent a sleepless night and read almost everything and all the possibilities to increase my performance. You're getting a little excessive, okay? You're gonna calm down.
Everything. He read everything.
He read everything. I haven't even read everything. So you know what? That's
holy crap.
Shout out to you, man. Oh my God. When I turn on fluid motion frames too, it does not turn on. Do you know why? Is it hooking the game properly when you enable it in the AMD driver? And do you have the AMD overlay enabled? I'm pretty sure you need both for it to work, if I remember correctly.
Oh, do you want me to put the overlay on?
Do you have an overlay?
I think I have hardware info.
Oh, you do. Oh. I mean, you have the FPS number up there. If you wanted to see if you wanted to see GPU and CPU usage, we could.
I don't think I've ever set it up. I do have it though. Let's see. Is there like an easy
An easy
way to
preset
set
through
up
hardware
the-
monitor? I have not used hardware monitor in a really long time.
Okay.
But it does allow you to see just like
all the same info?
Yeah, it shows you the same info. Just can you make an overlay through hardware monitor? I've done it through hardware info and MSI Afterburner and CapFrame X. So if you have any of those. But for now, we can just use the FPS number, and I'll show you.
Cool.
How you can. Also, are you playing on a 1440p monitor?
I am, yeah.
But you're playing at 1080p?
Yeah. So should I bring this up? Well, I'm suffering. It's pain every time I load in, so I brought it down so that I could try to have a better experience.
You know, I've never had somebody be.
All
so
I know is
about
pain, Clem. You understand?
All right. So yeah, what I would do first, go back to native 1440p, make your life a lot better, and then yeah, let's go to that. Let's go forward, go towards Lexos. So I'll give you a spot where we can test stuff out. Oh man, because I saw when you tabbed in that the window was like not sized correctly and had to resize. I was like, wait, is he not on a 1080p display?
Pain.
Oh my god.
Just pain.
Dude, lowering the GPU or lowering the resolution only helps when your GPU bottlenecked. So
okay.
Help you there.
Well, thank you for letting me know.
yeah, I got you well. So there's gonna be, this is like the typical spot that I take everybody. That white car that's in the middle of the street that's like broken dead ahead of you is where I tend to put people. And then I have them face down towards the mall. Yeah, just straight down towards that train. It's where I tend to have people face. Okay, so the first thing that we're gonna do now that we're at native 1440p is I just want to see what your FPS looks like when we enable FSR. Just to quickly see, and I'll show you why in a second. So go in there. Yep, go to graphics. And then FSR, take 3.0, set it to some crazy like performance or whatever, as long as it's upscaling. Okay, save, boom, go for it. Okay, so what that shows me right there is that when you lowered the resolution, because this is what FSR is doing, is you're running at a lower than native resolution, and it upscales to look like the resolution you have set. So because you have it set at 1440p, and you set a performance, yep, that's because. That's because the base resolution right now is actually 720p, and it's trying to upscale to make it look like 1440p. So what that shows me is because you lowered the resolution and your FPS didn't really change, is that you're in a CPU bottleneck scenario right now. Obviously, with an overlay, you can see that a lot quicker. Like if you just, you know, like if you had MSI Afterburner, CapFrame X, or whatever, you can just sort of look at the number and tell, right? But if you don't have anything like that set up, you can also just do this, and this sort of shows you pretty quickly what your bottleneck is.
Sure.
So now that we know that, let's first go into your settings again, because we're at roughly 64 FPS right now, and set from full screen to borderless.
Keeping FSR, keeping this on?
Yeah, keeping that.
Okay.
Okay, we're at roughly the same thing again. Is that bug still a thing then, chat? Because I haven't tested it. At the beginning of the wipe, like maybe like a week or so in, I was testing, or I actually got DMs about borderless running better in CPU bound scenarios than full screen. And I did test it, and it was 100% the case that it was running slightly better in Borderless. I'm not sure what changed specifically for this, but typically in CPU bound scenarios, that's the best way to go about it. Right now, anyway, for some reason. Normally, that's not the case. Normally, full screen is the best, technically, but most people just choose Borderless anyway. But for some reason, it was behaving like that at the beginning of the wipe. So, oh yeah, there's still some people in chat saying that that still happens for them too.
It's still a thing.
Yeah, so that's that at least. You can take off FSR now, just to have it in native. And then really quickly in hardware monitor, can you open that up real quick?
Sure.
I want to check his clock speeds here, chat, just as a... I don't think he's having any sort of throttling issues, but... Oh, it's from Reddit. Oh, God. Oh, this is a mess. Just looking up the specs is a mess for the... Oh, my God. 5950X specs sheet. This doesn't look insanely out of line, but it may not be directly... Let me see. General specifications. Here we go. Up to 4.9 gigahertz. That's on a single core. So that's not too off. Okay. Temperatures are fine. That's not an issue. Could you go to the RAM section? I believe that's going to be lower. I think. I don't know how they have it sorted here, but it's going to be somewhere. Maybe it's at the very top. Check up there. That's your motherboard. That's the CPU.
Motherboard. CPU.
That's your drive.
This
That's
is
your
my...
GPU.
Yeah.
That's your...
Interesting.
4650 for games. Okay, so it's behaving correctly. All right. Give or take a couple megahertz. Do you have CPU Z?
I think so. No, I have GPU Z.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay. Well, that's okay.
I can get it. I can get it real quick.
Okay. You can also just I was trying to make sure the speed of your memory and everything was correct too. RAM should be directly under CPU. I swear I was looking right there. I didn't see it. Maybe it was minimized. It could have been minimized in hardware monitor, but it's okay. But for you to say that Streets wasn't playable with the 7800X 3D setup is wild. Oh, wait. Oh, I missed something. Hold on, wait. Best way to get more frames is in this bad game is buy a whole new PC. Yep. I just got a 9800X 3D and Streets is playable now. Pay to win, bitches. That's awesome. Okay,
Here's CPU Z.
Yep. Go to memory. Okay. Okay. Cool. And then go to SPD, I believe. Yeah. Everything's looking okay to me, chat. I think. Unless I'm stupid. I know that looks good.
I closed the stream because it was distracting me.
You're good.
I have to focus.
Cool. All right. No, this is...
Okay.
I've never seen it list 3602, though. That's... Why is it... I mean, it's... That should be...
Yeah,
he
it's
is running
1801 twice.
Yeah, I've always seen it say 3600 and not 3602. So that's a little weird, but we'll just ignore that, I guess. That's not any concern from what I can see. So let's check out... Process Lasso real quick, just to see if that affects anything. So what we're gonna do is sort by process name in the top left. This is native res, by the way, chat. And then scroll down till you find Escape from Tarkov. Yeah. So
Which
take the exe, not the BattleEye exe. Yeah. Take that, go to CPU Affinity. Always. And then click on Select CPU Affinity. Okay, now this is up. So now you can see all the green lines in the top right where all the usage is across all those threads. So what we're going to do is we're going to take Tarkov, like I said before, and put it onto the first CCD. Process Lasso had a really great update, I think it was fairly recently, where they added the buttons for you to sort it out. So all you have to do, instead of me telling you what CPUs to check, is to just click on CCD 0. Because that's CCD 1. It just starts at 0. So click that, boom. So now it's on the first 16 threads, which is the first CCD. All fine and dandy. You hit OK. And then boom. So now the game's just on the first CCD. And then after that, what we're going to do is move it to the other ones. But first we can check in-game just to see how that's doing again. Okay, roughly the same. We'd see any like big jumps. We'd see a big jump if there was actually a difference. So a couple of frame difference isn't
well, taking FSR off definitely made the game look a lot better. But
and also not running at 1080p.
yeah, well, probably, yeah. It's a kind of a big
yeah, kind of a big deal. So now what I would do is take the other applications you have and then sort them to the other one. So for example, go to like let's take Discord. Fuck it. Let's do Discord because you have enough room there. So shift click on the, or just click on the first Discord and then shift click on the bottom one. So click on the first and then shift click on the bottom. There we go. Now you can right click Affinity, always select, and then you can click CCD1 and okay.
Cool.
And you can save yourself some clicks if you want just by, like let's take the ExpressVPN service. Which, if you don't even want that open to begin with, we can always set it to be manual. But for now, let's just select all those. And then Affinity, always. And to save you some clicks in the future, it's select CPU Affinity. And then CCD1. And hit Add. And then name this CCD1 or something. Okay. And then okay. Save them, yeah. So now you should be able to
now it'll be there on the right click.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
So now you can like right click on yeah, like Firefox and then Affinity always and then CCD1.
Sick.
Yep. And then what else do we got here? All the iCloud paths.
Yeah.
Also, oh, that's Harbor Monitor doing that. Okay. And then
put all the other stuff. Right?
I would do the LED. Oh, that also your audio EQ I saw was doing a good bit of stuff in the background.
Okay.
So I would take that. Clem's streaming the Super Bowl. Cool. This is not the Super Bowl. Just gotta point that out, guys. You can also put your mouse software on the second CCD if you want.
I'll do that.
Issue. Also, what DPI, that's the word. What DPI are you using on your mouse?
1600.
Okay. Or sorry, not DPI. That's not what I meant. Polling rate. There we go.
Oh, I am using, I think, 4000.
Oh. That might be an issue. In the past,
yeah, I'm at 4000.
I've had people who have anything over 1000 have issues, so drop that and save it.
All right, I'll drop that to 1000. Let's see if it.
Yeah. Nah, nothing. Just making sure.
Yeah.
There's been that's
good.
That's what's in the past too.
Could just need a new CPU.
Keep moving with the process lasso stuff, and we'll see.
Okay, cool. I'll put everything else pretty much on there. Why not?
Wait, some of those things are Windows tasks, so be careful.
Okay, yeah. Let's just make sure
and
it's
also,
not the system tasks.
if you'd like to see like what tasks are actively doing something, so you're not like moving something that's useless, you can hit active on the top left-ish there. And even though it's going to be kind of unsorted and things will pop in and out, you'll be able to see like what's using anything as it pops up.
Perfect. Let's see. This guy in there too.
You don't want to know my TPI.
I think that's gonna be most of them. Here's Firefox.
Firefox is already set. You're good there.
Okay.
GCC was set, right?
I was looking at the under rules here, but I guess it's under affinity. Got it.
I don't think fan control's having a difference, but you could always move that too. That EA background service has always been a pest to me. Like whenever like I downloaded Battlefield 1 to play with my friends a couple days ago, and I was like, every time I boot my PC up, I'd be like, what the fuck? Like, why is this open? Like, where did this come from? Like, it
just stays up.
Yeah. So let's just clean some of that up too, real quick. Now that you've sorted some of that out of the way, I don't think you've gotten any performance increase yet, which is fine. I just want to see. Go back in real quick.
EFT is not a fun game.
Okay, and then just to make sure, because now if you go back to your process lasso, do you see how one thread was really close to getting pinned on the, like the second thread was like spiking up to be close to max there? Yeah, that one. I saw that getting close to max sometimes. So what, there it goes. I want to quickly see your performance if you then re-enable the dual CCD for just like the Tarkov EXE. So grab that and then move that back to all of them while you still have the other stuff sorted.
Gotcha.
Of course, Plagues, thank you for watching, man. So you just hit none and it'll reset. Or you can just, yeah. Oh, rough. Oh. When it's like... Dude,
it goes up like 2 FPS.
Yeah, see, this is the thing. Like, when I'm benchmarking, like, this amount of FPS difference is like something I'll see from like a weather change. So, like, it's like really hard to like... Okay.
And it's only 60 right now because we're offline. As soon as if this was an online raid, I'd be around like 45 to 50 probably.
Yeah. From here, that was like my main lead, honestly. But go ahead.
I was considering upgrading the GPU, but I don't think the GPU is really going to do anything. I feel like with this system, the only thing that would help would be like a 5800X3D or something like that.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking too, Wild. I still think something's wrong here because I'd assume with your CPU right now, I'd assume this performance to be like a little bit higher than what you'd see on average online. This would be like right around what you would see on average online. So the fact that you're still that low is still kind of raising some red flags to me. It doesn't feel like that's necessarily right. It's not that far off, but it's not necessarily what I expect it to be.
Something interesting. I don't know if this gives you any more information, but in Arena, I don't have this issue. In Arena, I get like 90 to like 120.
Okay. Also, these are specs right now in screen chat. But on Arena, you have a lot less, like, it's not the same thing as Tarkov.
Okay, cool.
Arena,
yeah, I get way better frames in Arena.
Yeah, because there's way less CPU load. Like, you don't have...
Gotcha.
I mean, did they remove that AI thing entirely? But regardless, most of the time, there's no AI. All you have are the 10 players. It's a way smaller map. There's little to no loot on the ground.
Right, yeah, barely any.
So there's a lot less stuff for
sure
for your game to track. And that doesn't necessarily translate, like you said, Ghost. Like, it doesn't translate to Arena being more optimized, quote unquote. It's just basically like, it's like just comparing factory to streets. Like, yeah, factory's running better because it's a way smaller map. There's just way less shit. And that's just why. Man, I'm trying to think, what should we check next? Because it's okay. Let's just go for some of the basic stuff too then again, because I want to make sure that everything's right. Let's go and check. If you go to your Windows settings real quick, and I'll hide the screen
Do
real
you
quick.
mind blocking this
Yeah,
screen?
I got it. I got it.
Let me know.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Go to I know I'm blanking on it.
is not
Oh
a
god,
fun
I'm blanking
game.
on it. Apps. There we go, apps. And then go to installed apps. I just want to check the value of your or not the value, but the date you installed the chipset drivers. He has chipset drivers from November of 24. That's really recent.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I installed them pretty recently. I can get the.
I have not tested that, by the way, Theory. I have not tested multiplane overlay. The difference in between performance. I could. It would be a really short video, but I could do that at some point. We'll check his BIOS version in a second too, chat.
I'm just gonna pull this up to see what version it's.
Oh, that's for AMD Adrenaline.
Yeah, this okay.
Yeah.
It is not the chipset.
Yeah, that's... Discord streaming sucks too, by the way. That's true. But as far as the CPU impact, I've already moved... It's on the other CCD. If you want to drop the Discord stream real quick and then just tell us what you're getting. Also, you close the settings before I switch the screen back.
Settings are closed. You can bring
Okay.
it back on.
Okay.
Yep.
But yeah, just stop the Discord stream for a second and tell me if anything moves.
Okay.
He was CPU bottleneck still in this situation, surprisingly.
It's the exact same, Clem.
Yeah. Yeah. Because we moved it away.
Maybe like one. I'm getting like one extra frame, maybe two.
Yeah.
It's up to like 66.
And at that point, you just can't measure that. This is interesting. So everything was clocking correctly. The memory configuration seemed fine. Besides, like, that weird, like, 1802... or was it 1801 megahertz?
1801.
Yeah. The timing seemed fine. Besides, like, all the stuff that was installed in the background, we've moved a good bit of it already. That's strange. I'm trying to think. What else could it be, chat? Because I'd expect maybe, like, an extra 10% performance from the CPU. So I'm stumped. I'm thinking. You've installed I mean, recently have you done anything like a complete driver wipe and reinstall or anything like that?
Yes,
have done
I've been on this on the path to getting better FPS. So I have been trying everything you can think of.
So when you wipe the drivers, did you like download the package from the website and then unplug the internet, wipe DDU, and then install the new?
Yeah, I
okay.
did the full DDU and install and reinstall.
Okay. The date on the chipset was November 24. Wild. His XMP was all good. It was set. I mean, open up your task manager too real quick.
Sure.
Go to performance. And then memory. Yeah, he's chilling. He's fine right now. Go to startup apps too, by the way. You can disable some of the stuff here if you want. Like if you don't need iCloud open all the time, you can disable.
I don't. Yeah, I actually don't.
Yeah. While we're thinking here.
Yeah. This is for the RAM. This is AMD. This is for the RGB. This is the EQ.
No, not laughing at you. Sorry.
No worries.
So SFC scan now. Thoughts, guys? We can't resort to that, guys. We can't resort to that. Yeah, this is a 5950X chat. Shouldn't he use RAM map? He doesn't need to use RAM map. It sometimes works. Yeah, that's true. Also, let's just quickly check something really simple. You can also close hardware monitor in the background. We don't need that open anymore either.
Okay.
Can I also ask real quick, what are the two numbers on the bottom right? that keep changing?
Percentages.
Oh, that's fan control.
These are my.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's fan control.
Okay.
Yeah, this is
okay.
my CPU and this is my GPU.
Yeah. Okay. I was like, what are like?
Those are percentages.
Yeah, I've never seen somebody use that from fan control before. As I was just curious. Okay.
Yeah, I just keep it there. I could see them.
So just close this real quick, and then go to back in game. Just go into the settings real quick. Well, actually, wait. Before you do, just look at the FPS for a second and don't move. Okay, we're just sitting at like 60. Okay, so go back into the settings. And then graphics. And just lower LOD quality to 2. Just flat 2.
A whopping 4%.
And it's saved. We're there, guys.
Oh, we're good. All right.
Good. All right. We're all good.
You did it.
God. Well, at least I could see that scaled a little bit.
Yeah, that helped a little.
A little bit. I typically, like when I'm playing, I typically run at 2.5, but I can understand why you run at 3. But 2.5 will give
that's
you
scary out there, dude.
Slightly more performance when your CPU bound on average. What is that? 8 to 9% increase? Oh yeah, we're getting close to double digits here, guys. Everybody calm down. Yeah, but set object LD back to 2.5 because 2 is just like really terrible. Do you know what that does?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
it's the objects down there. Yeah.
Well, no, it's the even like trash and stuff close to you. It determines the level of detail of objects as they're going further away from the camera.
Gotcha.
So the close or the lower that setting is, the more popping you're gonna see on stuff effectively.
Right. Right. Popping in the distance.
The distant stuff like that building down the road that you just pointed at, that's overall visibility.
Okay, that down there.
Yeah, that stuff is overall visibility. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Let me catch
Back
up
down
on
to 62. Yeah.
I run at 2 and 400. What plagues for what? I don't know. I have a 7700 XT and a 1200F, and I get better frames than this. And I know my CPU's balling like my GPU. Yeah, SFC is gonna say, guys, are we actually gonna do this? Are we gonna do this? I mean, okay. Have you, before I ask you to do this, because I have used this in the past, so it's not like we're not like applying snake oil here. This could genuinely be something because I have had people this has helped in the past. I don't think it's what's happening with you, but have you like applied any Windows tweaks in the past, or have you like done like registry edits or stuff like that for the game for performance at all?
For the game specific performance in Tarkov, no. But
in general?
In general, I did a curve optimize on the CPU.
Okay, that's not that.
That's all I've done.
Okay. So odds are this isn't gonna be it. Odds are. But let's also. Oh wait. We didn't check. We didn't check Hag's chat. We didn't check hardware accelerated GPU scheduling, or optimization for Windows games. Though I don't think that would be it.
Oh, I did those things.
You did that? Okay.
Yes.
All right. I guess we'll do it. All right. Let's just close the game for a second. And we'll do it. If this, I swear to God, if this works, like I'm actually just like, I don't even know what to say anymore. Granted, it's worked for people in the past, but in your situation, I really don't think this is going to be it. Because like, for the people who have had it help in the past, they were the type of people who were like, yeah, I've followed about 25 YouTube tutorials, and they all told me to change different registry values for critical Windows files, and now my game keeps crashing. And like, that was the type of person where I was like, okay, yeah, maybe this will be the reason. All right, so just launch up a command prompt in admin mode. And then in there, I always forget, chat, it's DISM first, right? Chat, DISM, then SFC. Because SFC, to explain, I'm giving you one command, or both these commands are for repairing the Windows image. But one fetches the image from the internet, and the other one is using a compressed version of it on your OS. So,
Okay.
Chris does SFC, DISM SFC. Don't make us do 3 restarts. Let's just do the old-fashioned way that I used to do it. So run, let's see if I remember this command off the top of my head. It's DISM space /online space /cleanup -image space /restore health. Okay, and then send it. I remembered it. All right, let's go. Okay, and then this is gonna run. And typically what I do, and he doesn't run any restart in between. That's great. Nerd. Okay, guys, that's like 5 words. Okay. So
Got him.
we're gonna run this first, and then typically what I do for people is I restart their system, and then I run the SFC after a restart. So we'll do that, and I'll follow through that same process for you, and then we'll check again in game. In the meantime, I'll keep thinking, because I don't think this is gonna be it. Chat mentioned it, and it's helped people in the past, but I didn't think it was gonna be effective for this. But we'll still check.
We'll try it.
Yeah.
Why not?
See.
If I can run the streets raid and not be in pain, it'll be great.
Yeah. I use this like, the only time I ever use this is like very occasionally if I like, like have a Windows issue or something is when I typically use this combination of commands. They're not like
Sure.
a snake oil, or not a snake oil, but not like a elixir, like a panacea. That's what I'm looking for. It's just like it's basically a command where it's like, oh, you fucked something up yourself. Let's just go ahead and fix that for you. Okay.
Cool.
So run a quick restart, and then if you don't want to join the call and just run the next command and then restart again, the command is literally SFC space /scan now. That's it. No spaces between scan and now. Just scan now.
I'll be right back in here.
Okay, let me give you, before you leave, let me give you, oh, we got to go to the other channel. I'm going to give you the Sherpa role, so you'll be able to join that Sherpa channel, and then I'll meet you back in there.
Okay, sounds good. I'll be back in a minute.
Alrighty. Okay. Better safe than sorry, Wild. Better safe than... That's what I've always done in the past. Just to make sure. It doesn't hurt. Just waste time, worst case. Also then... It hurts. Okay. Alright. I have a 5800X and 7800 XT, and I get a tad bit better FPS than this guy. Is that because of my GPU? No. You basically just have the single CCD version of his CPU. So, if anything, I think maybe the dual CCD thing was hurting his performance, but again, nothing there. Like, this is weird. This is weird. It should be like marginally better. Like, it feels like something is wrong. Should I send him my settings? I don't think it's his settings. Everything he has set, the only things that would affect his CPU bound performance, he has correct. So it's not like the Tarkov settings. Oh, wait, also, welcome back. Hi.
Hey,
So yeah, you can launch a command prompt in admin again and then run that command. And let me know when you have it up and I can say it.
I will bring it up right now for you.
When was the last-
SFC.
Yeah, space / scan now. No spaces in scan now. Oh, you probably typed the
It's
command
not a
wrong.
fun game.
Oh,
You see yeah, you just add an extra N. It's scan. Yeah, scan now with just 2 N's, not 3.
oh, I put 3.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
There you go.
there it goes.
Here, we'll hide the AMD propaganda.
Yeah, we're an Intel household here.
Yeah,
You put
hold on,
that
sorry.
symbol away.
Sorry.
Red versus blue. Are you a Republican or are you a Democrat? No, I'm kidding. Let's see. Get like 90 to 100 FPS plus in offline and like 50 to 80 in online with the Ryzen 9 5900X. Yeah. Maybe his
With
rent.
the 5900, yeah.
Do you think maybe
That's a single CCD.
No, 5900 is dual CCD, except
It is dual?
Both the CCDs have 6 cores and not 8.
6 in each, not 8.
Yeah. So the 50 so if you ever have like a 600 series from AMD, unless they change the naming scheme, 600, so like 5600, 7600 is 6 cores. 5700 or any of the 700 or 8. 800 is 8. And then 900 is 12 with 6 on each. And then 950 is 16 with 8 on each. Don't say nerd, chat. Okay, cool. That didn't find anything. Okay. So then that should be, you don't even need to restart probably. It didn't even find anything.
Okay.
EFT.
So you
is
can,
not a fun
as long as,
game.
did Process Lasso launch on the bottom right?
It did, yeah.
Okay. Good.
Right
Okay.
here.
Thank you, Womack, for the sub, by the way. And Edzo, thank you for the follow. Windows Ghost Spectre Superlight. That sounds like a high tier weapon in like Destiny 2. Like I've never even heard of that, pal. If it's fixed, yeah, maybe I need to retire, guys, because I did not even think that would have been it. Could you explain the difference between HBAO on max performance versus off? Max performance adds a little bit of shadowing around certain objects that are close to you. And even like the corners of walls and around where your hand touches a gun and stuff like that. It means horizon-based ambient occlusion. And that's just that little bit of detail shadowing. When you have it off, there's no detail shadowing. So a lot of things can look flat in the presentation.
Am I going to streets offline again?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
15 FPS right there. I'll take a gifted. No problem. You're welcome. I don't think this, guys, I don't think it's going to be it, guys. It's probably just taking a good bit of time, Scratch. If it's not moving, it's just taking some time. You might need to leave it for a little bit because it might be finding some things that are corrupt. His just moved relatively quickly because it got through all the checks relatively quickly. It's calling for the Windows updaters. How do you know that off the top of your head, Wild? That's crazy. How do you know at which specific percentage point? You're calling me a nerd, and you know the specific percentage point that it could... Yeah, nerd type shit, yeah.
Okay.
I got the 5080 on launch day and I've been loving it on every game but COD. Consistent stutters on that game. It's super annoying. Really? I have COD, but I haven't played it in a while. I didn't notice any massive performance issues when I was playing it though.
So, Clem, let me ask you a quick question.
Yeah.
I have the 6700 XT right now. If I had your card, you have a 4070 Ti.
Super.
I
Yes.
wouldn't see much of an increase.
No.
Even with DLSS on?
No, because I could I can show you if you like. I mean, you could see it in Task Manager, but I don't generally recommend using Task Manager for it. You could use like MSI Afterburner, Cap Frame Max.
Yeah, I'll get one of those installed after this.
And that you'll see like the CPU usage and the GPU usage. CPU usage.
It'll be at 99. Yeah.
Shove the CPU usage out of your brain for a second and just think of the GPU usage. If the GPU usage isn't 99 to 100%, your GPU your CPU bottlenecked when it's not at that number. Because then there's basically when it's not at 100%, there is a point in time where it's not doing work. And because of how it works, where the CPU makes basically the work for the GPU to do, that is the bottleneck. The bottleneck is within the CPU because
where
that's
is the... It's that way, right?
Down the road and then to the right, yeah. Don't go to Nvidia. Stay with AMD, please. Stay with AMD or go Intel. Nah, I would. Your GPU is fine for Tarkov. I would upgrade platform if you want more performance. I would go to like a. I mean, it's out of stock right now, but the 9800 X3D would double your performance.
Sure.
So. Sorry I'm missing some stuff in chat, by the way, guys. I'm obviously, you know, we're working on this, so.
Where am I heading here?
Just straight down the road to your left.
That car? Or this car?
That way, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know streets well enough because I can barely see the frames, you know?
Yeah,
so.
yeah. That's fair enough.
It all looks the same.
Your CPU should be, like, your CPU should be enough to be playable. Picture-in-picture is still gonna suck, but like it is playable.
It is playable. It is playable. It's just it's kind of awful specifically on streets. In other maps, like it's fine for the most part.
Somebody said if I go into an offline raid without AI, I got 110. If I enable AI, it drops to 63. That is normal. That is how heavy the AI is, especially since when you're running the AI, you're locally hosting that raid. So that puts even more of a performance hit on you, which is why solo PvE, before they added the option to play on PvE or play on BSG servers, was so intensive because the AI running locally on your machine is extremely intensive. So that is also why they locked streets to only run on BSG servers, because they knew people would be complaining about the performance so much if they didn't do that. Like, it would be unplayable for a good chunk of people.
Hey, just running around, it's at high 70s.
Well, this you're looking at the edge of the map, so when you turn around, when you get to this car, it's going to go down.
All right, well, let's see what it does. Really?
You're kidding me.
What is going on?
Somebody give
here?
Wild a sub, man. What the yeah, what the fuck is this shit? Oh my god. That's
okay. So that's kind of nice, but yeah, I mean, at least it won't be 40. I don't think online.
It'll probably be around like I told you. It'll probably be around that number that you were seeing, at like before we did this. So you'll probably
60.
see like 55 to 65. You'll be hovering around there probably.
Hey, that's better than 40.
And like the thick of it, if you're like deep in Lexos or like at the mall or something, and there's a bunch of AI, a bunch of players, then you might hit like 45 or 40, but you'll be.
But it's like it feels a little smoother.
Yeah. Imagine if it was just a reboot. It could also be that too, Deep Space. You're not wrong. It could also just be the fact that we rebooted and we.
But
we
honestly,
got rid of
I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good at that. I don't really leave it up. I'm pretty good at upkeep.
Yeah, I'll write the commands after I'm done talking to this guy. Just remind me, Plagues. Just one more quick thing that I want to show you before you're set.
Yeah.
If you can hit Windows, actually two things real quick. Hit Windows key and R. And then in there, type System Properties Advanced, no spaces.
System Properties Advanced?
Yeah. Holy gifted. What the fuck? Yeah, that's it, by the way. What the hell? Thank you, Stuart, for the gift to Wild. And then thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna mispronounce this so hard. You're the what's it called? The Finland guy, the 7950 X3D that I helped. Thank you for the 5 gifted, brother. I forgot what your name on Discord was. But thank you. I recognize the username. Thank you, man. Nest Dog. Okay, close enough. There, that works. Thank you, Nest Dog. I appreciate it. Yes, that's what I read. Yeah. Go to settings there. And go to advanced. And paging file. Virtual memory. Sorry. Hello. Sorry. Okay. OneDrive, system, that's fine. Okay, I just wanted to see if you had made any changes to that. So we're good there. And then the... Do you still want Nest Dog, though? I feel like that's pretty funny. But then go to Windows key R again after you close these windows. And in there, type... I'm going to lisp a lot when I say this. Services.msc. Yes, there we go. Bingo. And in here, yeah, just make the window a little bit bigger. And then click on Startup Type.
Startup type.
Like where it says name, description, status,
Oh.
startup type. Okay, so everything... Oh, yeah, right here. So everything you see here, where it says automatic, is something that's automatically starting up.
Okay.
So for example, you have the ExpressVPN services that are starting up when you start up your computer. You have the Gigabyte services that are starting up. You have your MSI Central service. You have Mystic Light service. You have... that's basically it, actually, as far as I can see here. Yeah, it's some other stuff like your audio, but I don't see what that's specifically called here. It's like, for example, if you're not using ExpressVPN all the time, I would set that to run manually. So right-click on the first one, hit Properties, and then in Startup Type, set that from Automatic to Manual, and then stop the task. And make sure it applies and hit OK. And then you can do that with the other two. And this doesn't stop it from being booted. It just makes it so if you want to boot it, you can manually do that yourself. Gotcha. Punk Buster is anti-cheat running by itself? I've never heard of Punk Buster. Where did you see that?
Yeah, oh, it's it's an anti-cheat for America's Army, this really old game.
Oh my god.
They only have servers in Europe. I play it with a bunch of French people. It's terrible. Wouldn't recommend it.
Do you need that running all the time?
I don't know.
Okay. Hey, Scott. Welcome back, man. What worked? We ran a DISM scan, and then we restarted the computer. And I'm not happy that it... I mean, I'm happy that...
Well, we moved a bunch of stuff to the other CCD.
Yeah. But,
we didn't see the immediate effects from it, but...
And then there's one more ExpressVPN service, too.
Oh, there is.
Yeah.
I was looking for it. Cool. I'm gonna leave some of these other guys up.
Yeah, you have a lot of like...
I don't
think you need MSI Central. That's just for like updating drivers and...
Manual, stop. Cool.
And MSI Companion.
Yep, don't need that. So much bloatware.
Okay.
We'll leave Mystic Light. That's that connects all the lights together.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's anything else. That's for the memory.
I think everything else here looks okay. And then from there you have like automatic, but with a delayed start. And you'll have like scheduled apps or services from down there. But a lot of these are from Windows, so...
Cool. We'll leave them.
Yeah.
All right.
That's basically it. I think you're locked in from there. That seems like what you'd be at. One thing that I will say though before I let you go is if you want to, I would look into your memory configuration, and just to make it really short, make sure you are running in a 1-to-1 ratio for your UCLK, and your FCLK. You need to know what that means right now. But I would recommend that and make
The
sure
memory
that-
clocks
Yeah. Well,
match the memory clocks.
or sorry, not UCLK and FCLK. Mem clock and UCLK.
Okay.
Because I think maybe with your current setup, I don't know how the XMP profile set it up, but it could possibly be running in a mode that significantly slows down the connection between the RAM and the CPU, to make it really simple. So I would look at that in your BIOS and see if you need help. There's obviously, I mean, you're in my Discord. You can make it help forum post and then say like, hey, here's what I have. Is my memory configuration correct? And then, you know, there's a bunch of people in here who can
Awesome.
take a look.
Yeah, I will look into the memory clock.
Yeah, and then I think that's I think besides that, you're pretty much set. This is about what that CPU can push. So
Perfect. Well, I do see a gain. You're awesome, dude. I really appreciate your help, and thanks for everybody in chat too for helping out.
Yeah, for suggesting.
You guys are super cool.
Command line prompts.
Yeah,
great.
I'll take
Thanks.
it.
Yeah.
I will take all the help I can get. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate you, Clem.
Of course. You have a good one,
Later.
man. Thanks for coming on.
You too, brother. Bye.
Alright, see ya. Oh boy. I can't believe that. Can you believe that? Oh, we did disable some things on startup before we restarted, so it could have been that. Should have been Zen. Oh, I should have run Zen timings. If he's here, we'll tell him. Oh yeah, chat. Ah, okay. God. All right, well that's one. Thank you for coming on. By the way, appreciate it, Rip. Thanks for being here. 1800 is default for 5000 CPUs. PS 3600 should be 1-to-1 already. Okay, good. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. Of course, Rip. No problem. Thanks for coming on, man. That was good. That was a good Sherpa. What did I miss? There's a lot of stuff that I missed in chat. Thank you to the gifted, by the way. I appreciate that, guys. Thank you. Helps a lot. Thank you for the new subs, new follows. If you want to join this, make sure you do join the Discord. I'm probably going to help 2 more people today, probably. So I'm going to pick somebody from here, and then I'm going to pick one more from this group too. So if you want to... Okay. If you want to participate on the stream, make sure you join. I will be right back. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick, so make sure you join. Type a message like these guys typed in the channel, and you'll have a chance to get pulled. I will be right back. One sec.
EFT is not a fun game.
I got Oreos, chat. Oh, hold on. Okay. Let's roll. Did you guys know Post Malone has an Oreo flavor now? It's kind of gas. It's like a caramel sort of thing. Kind of fire. Did last update ruin performance and getting 90 FPS on local PvE factory before update 144 plus? Make sure it's running on BSG servers. That's probably the difference that you're seeing. Okay. We got a lot of options here, chat. What's a Post Malone? Is that a vape? That what? What? Are you serious? Post Malone, the musical artist? is that a vape? I have a 5800 X3D with a 3070. Whoa. Wait. Whoa. I have a 5800 X3D with a 3070 and a 7900 XTX. Oh. I like how 3070 with DLSS quality looks, but I'm often GPU limited at 4040p ultra wide. Yeah, makes sense. FSR at 7900 XTX looks awful, and even TAA isn't good. I agree. Any solution? With your 7900 XTX, I would look into VSR, which is AMD's super resolution solution, which you could use to run the game at a higher than your native monitor's resolution, and then it gets downscaled back to native res. That should help with stability. I would probably combo that with FSR 3.0 maybe, though 3.0 isn't really that stable, but you can give that a shot. That's really your best bet. Oh my god. Deep Space already just said it. My bad. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Deep Space is on it. Oh. God, this Oreo is gas. How do you... Here, I'll show you where it is in the game. In PvE. Who should we pick here, chat? We got a lot of options. I was debating going for middle of the road right here, because he's got a 1200K and a 4060. Pretty, just like decent system, you know, not crazy. With 30 gigs of RAM. Playing Streets at 35 FPS is kind of crazy, so there might be something wrong there. You know, we've helped 7900 XT or 7900X before. A 10700 KF, this is the issue for Scratch here. 16 gigs is probably the issue for Indie. You gotta make sure you're running at low textures with that. Let me switch this here. And then, don't know what the problem is for Fee Shop here, and I'm so sorry, I must have butchered that name. This is probably the issue here. And I don't know what the issue is here. Oh, this is the guy who has the dual GPU, or not dual GPU, but he has the 3070 and the 7900 XTX. See the profile picture. Is this conversation happening on YouTube chat or what's happening? Oh, if you see, there is like, I do like jump back and forth between YouTube and Twitch. So yeah, if you can also see though, if you like want to make sure and you want to keep up with both chats, on the right hand of the screen shows both chats. They're just combined into one. I prefer Post Watermelon. Oh my god. Get it. Hold on. Okay. So for PvE, to make sure you're on BSG servers, you have to go to the top here when you're in the map and check play on BSG servers. That's the only way you can do it. That should help with performance, because running locally is a drag. But keep in mind then, you have to wait for BSG servers to be available. switch real quick. Who would have thought it's hard to eat and commentate at the same time? Okay. Guys, I have 16 gigs of RAM. Would it boost my FPS to get 32? It will probably help with consistency in your performance. Maybe not the actual performance, but the consistency, so you're not experiencing as many big drops and stutters. What will an SSD for my game? Wait. What will an SSD? Are you finally got off HDD? Oh my god. Brother, it's gonna do wonders for you. That's gonna do wonders for your entire OS install, brother. It should be a lot more smooth. I've been on the stream for 5 minutes and the question I want to ask has already been answered. Thank you. Hey, you know what? I appreciate you still commenting anyway, man. It's kind of nice because you get a lot of people cycling through. Which, by the way, if you didn't know, we are on YouTube and Twitch right now. I forgot to mention, so make sure to go to your preferred platform. And of course, join the Discord, which is linked down below. Or you can type !Discord. And you can join the, I think we have like 2,800 plus members in here. Kind of crazy. So yeah, make sure you join in. You have a 2060 and a 3700X, 16 gigs. What should I change first and second? Ooh. I would go for the CPU first. The 2060 Super, you have 8 gigs of VRAM. It's minimum, roughly, I would say. Not like necessarily the minimum, but it's pretty low. But as long as you're playing at 1080p and you're keeping lowish settings, then you should have some room to upgrade. If you're looking for a budget upgrade, go for a 5700X 3D and 32 gigs of RAM, and that should help you out a ton. I need some help here, chat. Who do I pick? We have so many X3D CPUs now. It's crazy to see the shift. See X3D, X3D, X3D. Bunch of people with X3Ds. That's why I kind of want to go. I don't know if this guy's here. Is the 12600K guy here that I can't see the name of because I'm in streamer mode? Let me actually wait. Hold on. Furmins, I believe is his username. I don't know if he's here right now or not, because this was a while ago. Hold on, wait. Let me make sure streamer mode's still on. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Yeah, if you want to join, make sure you type in this channel here. Or you can't even see my screen. Hello. In this channel right here, like root beer. Shout out root beer. I'm just thinking we've helped a lot of people with systems like this. And what is this? 164 refresh rate, need help with Nvidia settings and EFT recordings, FPS with VSync and G-Sync. Discord invite on YouTube is invalid. What? What? Check my YouTube channel. And also do !Discord in the chat, and there should be a valid link that that comes up. Hey, watch it. I'm asking, what does that mean? Just want to see your thoughts on my performance because I have everything set up. Oh, okay. Just want to run down. Oh, okay. Let me check what Root Bear, sorry, I didn't read the full name. What Root Bear has, and then we'll see who I pull next. Do I swap the entire computer or just the game over? You want to, if your OS is installed on a hard drive right now, do a complete reinstall on the SSD. Make the SSD the boot drive, and that'll make everything so much smoother. And I know you'll have to, you know, get a Windows license and everything like that, but genuinely, that is going to make your entire, like, browsing situation so much better. That DISM, by the way, gave me 20 frames. Jesus. Oh, see, literally, part of the issue genuinely is, like, people are tweaking so much. I mean, I don't think the guy that I just had on was tweaking a bunch of stuff, but, like, in general, sometimes, like, the YouTube guides and stuff, like, to adjust, like, random values can actually impact their operating system. You're tweaking, Clem. Okay. All right. So this guy dropped his stuff, though. He's got a 14700F HBAO and pre-built spotted. 4060 Ti and 30 gigs of 3600 megahertz DDR4. Yep. It's giving OEM pre-built right now, I think, which is fine, but I think that CPU is limiting him. I'm currently running 2K 120 FPS. Why are you sad about that? Why are you sad about that? Also, if you're running DLSS, bro, you can run some higher settings. If you're running DLSS quality at 2K, you could use a little bit of something. You use some HBAO, some SSR. Make the game look okay. If this is the 16 gig version, you could even use medium to high textures too. So listen, it was a $1,200 computer. It's insane. Hey, for $1,200, that's not too bad. That is not too bad. And especially, you don't need a crazy GPU for Tarkov, so it's not a bad deal. Obamacare, this shit's not looking good. Okay, let's check this out real quick. Let's have this guy ask some questions. And then I might pull the pre-built in, because this might be huge. I want around 160 FPS if possible. Oh. It depends on the map. You're not getting 160 FPS on streets because even the 9800X3D can't really hit that in the, like, all the time on streets. So what's the deal? Does DLSS 4 improve frames significantly enough to make it viable considering the input lag? There's no input lag. It's not the frame generation, it's only the upscaling. Streets I get 50. Okay, yeah. I was like, that makes a lot more sense. I mean, wait, 50? Whoa. 50? Stay tuned. That's interesting. But also it'll only improve your performance, TB, when you are GPU bottlenecked. So the only reason you'd use it if you're not GPU bottlenecked is for image quality. So, oh, I know, Root Beer. I had a 3070 Ti with 8 gigs, and it was also a struggle bus. Just happy. I'm happy that I got the 4070 Ti Super when I did for the price that I did, because it's a lot better. Online. That was an online raid. All right, I'm gonna pull Scratch in. Yeah, Borderless is giving more FPS when CPU bound for some reason for a lot of users. Does it improve frames? 3070 and an i9900K? No. Nope. The 9900K is holding you back. It will not improve your frames. Image quality, if you're using the new DLSS 4 version, in my opinion, is improved over native TAA implementations. I covered like the pros and cons though in the video that I posted on it recently. All right, let's pull him in here real quick. And we'll see what's up. Yo.
Yo.
What's up, man?
What's up, man? The real MVP. You are the real MVP.
Thanks. So you wanted me to see
Dude, so yeah, dude, I'm a super geek in that sense where I go around and try to fix all my settings. So I've done like most of like I've ran through all your videos and like did everything. But I just want to know like because like sometimes I'm with my SSR on and like my per texture filtering thing. Like sometimes I get like more frames and stuff. So I just want to know like what you're seeing through my my overlay. I'll turn it on my stream and we can get going, I guess. And like I'm just curious on like running like in here, right? In my program setting, if running my VSync
you're just
should
showing
be on
you're just showing the game right now.
the game. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
No, you're good.
Oh. So like, yeah. So I took these based off your so like I don't know if I should have, so I have a G-Sync monitor and like I don't know if I should have my V-Sync on in here with my with my G-Sync,
Yeah.
and then like in the game, like I don't know what the combo is here.
Well, it's
with
not on right
boost.
now. Go back to your G-Sync. You have it on for just full screen apps.
Right.
And it's
So just
borderless
put
right
this.
now. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so this is what you would want to do, right?
Yeah.
Boom. And then you would do VSync on. Or
Some
because you see,
yes.
like,
I
if
believe
VSync is
yeah, go ahead.
if VSync is off here, right, and it's not checked here, and this is on, like what is on? Like I'm
Are you doing that
now.
thing where you have it like, oh no, it's the opposite of that, where you have it on in the control panel, but it's not checked.
Yeah,
in
something.
game.
Yeah, I don't like that cap frame stuff. I don't know what's
So
best.
force VSync on in there.
Okay.
Basically on that.
If fast
on.
is the best one.
You just do on. You don't need to do fast.
Roger.
And apply that. And then I think you might need to restart Tarkov in order to get it to
Go apply.
to allow you to check VSync. Also, you can't check VSync when Reflex is on, I think.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah. So you're
So
gonna need.
so you'd run it like this.
Yeah, I believe that's what you have to do in order to get G-Sync to work. Am I right, chat?
Hmm.
And that should do the trick. Obviously, I won't be able to see if it's working for you because I can't see if there's screen tearing or not. So
Yeah. So what am I looking for? Just like basically like a trail.
it's going to kind of look like the image is sort of like split in two. The higher refresh rate you have, in my opinion, the harder it is to see screen tearing
Mm-hmm.
because of the fact that the frames are updating more rapidly. But like you will see that like part of the image, there's like just like a slice down like part of the image like horizontally to where the new frame is versus the old frame. So
Okay.
yeah.
What about like this? I was getting like this like shadowing like around my gun. Let's say for example like
That's
this like
HBAO.
blurry.
Oh,
It looked a bit blurry though. It was like blurry shadowing around the gun. Like it's like almost like the gun was smoking.
would you be able to
But
show me?
but I wouldn't shoot it. Yeah, let's see if it pops
Do
up
you have
here.
Z-Blur on?
Z-Blur? No.
Okay.
All of it is off. Yeah. What do we run here? Run
Just
it
go to any
shoes?
map. Yeah. If it, I don't know what you were trying to. You're just trying to see VSync,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. I want to see
Yeah.
like if so no AI. I want to see if like so with the cap frame stuff.
Yeah.
Like what's if you could like obviously you're a lot better than me at looking at this stuff. I want to get your thoughts on what I'm getting with like frame time.
Okay.
Oh, and also like what about like low latency here? Should I turn that on or off? Where is it?
Well, if-
low latency.
If we're running G-Sync and V-Sync, this is your only chance to adjust the render queue, which is basically what this is doing. It's just adjusting the amount of frames that are in the render queue, waiting for the GPU to
Right.
process them. So
Mhm.
it's not the same, or it's not entirely what Reflex is. Reflex has a bit more to it than the driver-based low latency mode. And I think also that you can't really use Ultra with VSync inherently because it does have to sort of queue frames and wait in order to make sure that it's displaying them properly. Because it can't like force the newest frame the second it's available, because that's what causes tearing. Because that tearing that VSync is trying to fix is the monitor updating to a new frame before the entirety of the previous frame has been displayed. So you'll see just like tearing because it's updating quicker than, or it's updating out of sync with the actual monitor's refresh rate.
Okay. So you would just leave it off?
Did he have DLSS on, Root Beer? Oh, it might be them. Yeah, you can, yeah, just leave it off for now. Stay hydrated.
Let's see. I am streaming.
This is offline too without AI, so it's going to be a lot more smooth. Holy temperatures, Batman.
Yeah,
84
I know,
degrees
dude,
C on the GPU.
It's the turbo,
oh
dude.
my god.
This thing's a one fan, dude. This thing's a cooker, dude. Toaster.
How is it? It's running at 40% usage, but it's still running at 290 degrees? Or sorry, not 290. 290 watts? Why is it drawing so much power?
I don't know, dude.
What the? Did you? Okay, wait, hold on. Do you? In your control panel?
Yeah.
Or not the Nvidia control panel, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
What's your power plan for the GPU?
So on global, it's regular.
Okay.
Power management normal.
Yeah.
And then this is high performance on Tarkov.
Okay, because it is taking a crazy amount of power for what it's doing right now. Like it's not even at half load.
What about this? I might have like taken some settings from a guy in here.
I never like to hear that.
These.
I never like to hear, oh, I might have taken some settings from a guy. Oh,
like the voltage monitoring or voltage control, maybe.
Okay. What's the? Oh, I can't see the voltage in that overlay, but what? Oh, no, there it is. Okay. The power limit you've set to max, so it's, that's not.
So like I have like so this is where it was like he was like overclock me. It's right here. You see how it changed right there? This is like my normal setup. This is just base.
Yeah. Why don't you just use the normal setup? Your CPU bottlenecked anyway.
I am.
Yeah.
But like I'm still getting those results. Like you're freaking out over the, what are you freaking out over? The core clock?
Temperature. You're definitely like
the temperature is
you're
crazy.
Thermal throttling at that temperature. That's crazy. Like, what's the airflow like in your case?
I have like 7 fans, dude. Big fans. I have 3 in the front, 3 on the top, 1 in the back, and I have a cooler, liquid cooler from NZXT. And but I do have so my graphics card is like a 1 fan, not like a 3 fan.
Oh, it's
on
a blower?
on my GPU. Yeah, dude.
Oh, it's a blower. Okay. Now it's coming together. I didn't know they made blower models of the 3080.
Dude, I don't know, bro. I thought it was cool as shit when I saw it, and I said, screw it, let me get it. And then people are like, yeah, no, I think it's gonna run so hot. And I was like, oh.
Oh, you make it. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Something that
it does.
What that does is it takes the air in and exhausts it through the back plate of the GPU, like where the IO is. It shoots out that. So yeah, is it at 88 degrees Celsius? Oh Christ.
Yeah, 88. Yeah. I could cool it off with my fan. I don't know why that.
Wait, what with your fan? You mean like changing the fan speed?
Like the fan speed, yeah.
Okay, I was like, are you like grabbing a fan and like
no.
like blow on it? Okay.
So yeah, let's see.
That's not bad for the CPU. What RAM speed are you running?
3200.
Okay. You could probably hit a higher RAM speed with the 10700K, but because the 10 series was pretty supportive of memory speeds or of higher
like
memory speeds.
overclocking it.
Yeah, but or not like your GPU memory. I mean like your RAM speed. That might be. Let me check out my MSI Afterburner.
I am getting more frames now though. I'm getting like 5 more frames than what I was getting with the VSync settings that we just did. I was running like 75. I'm getting like 79 now.
Okay, well keep in mind that like sometimes that swing can be from like run-to-run variance when going in the same map. Like that's why if I have to test after like reloading into a game, I'll do that several times over and like run several different raids to try to just get like an average, because it can swing like that. Yeah. Go into your MSI Afterburner real quick and stop that forced voltage. So in hold on, wait, let me move my window. Uncheck unlock voltage control, unlock voltage monitoring, and force constant voltage, and apply. Because that isn't going to your temps have already dropped by 8 degrees. But wait, what's the power draw? Oh, the power draw is still roughly the same. That power draw is still insane. That is still insane. Is that
where are you seeing it?
In your CapFrame X, where it says GPU power, where you're drawing nearly 300 watts, but you're not even at like, you're using DLSS, you're at 40%. Like you're at 40% to like 55%.
Yeah, utilization.
Yeah.
And then power is 280 watts.
Like typically I mean, this isn't like a big deal. I was just trying to like get your temps under control, because like typically like when you're at that level of utilization on the GPU, it's not doing that much. Like the cooler can definitely handle it if it wasn't just drawing that much power for some reason. That's really weird. Okay, let's does this do it in other games too?
I don't really play other games. This is all I play.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where did my mouse
You see
go?
that? Do you see that on my screen right now? You see like the front of my gun?
Turn off DLSS. And
You see that, right? It's
like
like
ghosting. I mean, can you up the stream quality a little bit?
Yeah. Sorry, I got a meeting. Stream quality. Let me stop streaming.
Oh yeah, there we go.
So you see that right there?
Yeah, that's ghosting right there from DLSS. Are you using the new DLSS model?
So I use the which one was it? No, I didn't use like I'm using the new model, yeah. But like, what do you mean by new model? The K thing, the K version?
Just the fact that you're overriding the DLSS model in here.
Right. I think I'm here.
DLSS
where is it
model
at?
presets. Yeah,
Oh.
so you are. Okay. And what resolution are you playing at? 1080p?
14.
1440p?
1440.
Wow, you're seeing that ghost. Turn off DLSS and see if you still see that. Because that's very surprising that you're... Not in there, not just in game. You don't have to turn off in there.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, it stopped it.
Yeah. Because it's running at lower than native resolution, but I'm surprised there was that much ghosting, because I didn't ever really
That's
see
what
that.
I'm saying. It's like, what was that? Oh, that's way better. I'm losing some frames, right, though?
That's just the change in weather from where you had it before, because now the shadows are back.
Yeah. Okay.
Temperature has stayed consistently down though from the 88 it was at before to 80, so that's better. We're getting somewhere. Okay. And obviously, if you're running lower versions of DLSS too, wait a second. No, wait a second. Can you turn on DLSS like performance for me real quick? Just like really hardcore upscaling. Yep, save. Okay, no, it did. Okay. It did go lower. I was just making sure to see that the usage went down when you turned on upscaling. Okay. Now you can set it back. HBAO with DLSS, maybe you're running max performance. Well, that's what I was testing with too. Run DLSS quality, but turn off HBAO. Do that like test that you did with the ghosting from before. Oh wow. I think something in his Nvidia control panels that he's forced might be causing this. So I was in this same spot with a gun that also had a Picatinny rail like that, and I couldn't get it to be that obvious.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that is. It's not as bad, but
is he using allow instead of clamp for the LOD bias? Yeah, go check that real quick. You are?
I'm pretty sure I am.
He is. Yeah, set that to clamp, or yeah, global setting is clamp. So yeah, you're good. And apply that, and you'll have to restart. But
seriously,
for this
to restart the game?
Yeah, for the Nvidia control panel to apply settings. Yeah, unless it's talking about like power planning, but most of the time you do have to restart the game for it to apply.
Yeah, it's weird. Like,
you go ahead.
I'll get like the same frames, but maybe sometimes like better. It's weird because I'll turn on like SSR on or on low, and like I'll get like smoother frames. I don't know. It's weird.
Well,
I mean, it's not a big difference. It's just you know what I'm looking for, dude? I'm looking for like the most, like, I don't care about the most frames, but I don't want like my low to be too low either. You know, I want like the smoothest experience. You know, if I could lose 10 frames, but my average or my 1% is better, then I think that's better, right?
If you want the smoothest possible, you want to focus on reducing background tasks, ensuring you're not overflowing on VRAM or memory usage, stuff like that.
Which I think I'm doing pretty good here. Let's check this out real well. I mean, what do you think about this?
What the in-use
memory? This should be good, right? Nothing.
That's fine. You have 64 gigs. You have plenty of room in your memory, so it's not like you need to get that number lower.
And like, I'll clear things out.
Frame view, gigabyte update service, Elgato. Not anything super crazy. Use process lasso as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 10th gen is gonna struggle, so not much you can do. Yeah, wild, basically. Yeah.
What about process lasso? So I literally was following the other guy you did. I'm gonna try to turn my gain on. And I was doing that CCD thing. I don't have the option, but I was like, I'll show you what I was going through. I was like selecting the cores.
Yeah, we'll check that out.
So like I moved everything over.
Whoa, wait. What?
Hell yeah.
No.
Let's figure it out, dude. Let's figure it out, dude. I like what I'm hearing, dude. There's something
I don't like what I'm hearing. I don't like what I'm seeing. Okay, sort by process name on the top. Or the lower. Higher. A little bit lower. Yep. There you go. Look at that. Yes. Oh no, man. Oh
yeah, bro. No, what is going on?
Oh,
why is there 55 discords open, dude?
No, that's not it, dude. Oh no, man. Okay, hold on. Okay. All right, all right, let's figure this out. So what you got here? Okay, you have a 8-core CPU. You have a 16-thread CPU. There are 2 threads that go to each core. Okay. So what you've done is, think of it like instead of one mouth, you have 2 mouths. Okay. You're feeding one mouth Chrome, Discord, and everything else, and then the other mouth Tarkov. But it still goes.
Right. That's what I just changed. I just changed that. Yep.
This is a really weird metaphor, but it still goes to the same throat. Okay. So either way, how you have it sorted right now, it's still going to the same place, and it's not doing anything. This is basically as if this is like normal. This is like normal, where you just, all you've done is you've sorted tasks to run on like the second thread of the same core. It's still the same core, now it just has to bounce back and forth in between the different workloads on the different threads.
Okay.
Which
shit
is probably not it's probably not going to do it. So I would revert all that.
Yeah. How do you do that?
I think in options you can go reset configuration.
Okay, man.
Yeah.
Hopefully that worked.
You need to restart for it to do it. Make sure you close like the governor task too and everything. So go to the bottom right. Right click on process lasso. Exit. And yes. And now relaunch it again. And then we get to wait 20 seconds. My 3080 OC V2 10 gigs use about 300 watts at 80% utilization, and that's at an undervolt. But it jumps back from 260 to 300 and back. Yeah, he's sitting at like 280 to 300 at like 40 to 50% utilization. Which, depending on the workload, that power draw can change, but still. Oh, it didn't reset. Okay.
It didn't reset?
No, it didn't reset.
Oh,
so,
no.
Sort by CPU affinity. So click on CPU affinity in the like where it says process name. Yep, boom. So now you're going to be able to see everything you've sorted. So click on shift click on the top and then shift click on escape from Tarkov at the bottom. And now all of these, right click CPU affinity, always none. You just hit none. That'll reset it. Boom. Okay. Now everything's back to default. Okay.
Except for these, right?
Except for those, yeah. So grab those and do the same thing there. Now you can sort by process name again, and then we should be back to normal. You might need to hit it again for it to sort, right? There we go. Oh, that one's still. Just hit Control A and set to none. Oh, well, actually, there might be some things here that are set on purpose, but that would also work. Go to, there's a hotkey to select all. It might be Control A, but you can also shift click at the bottom. Just go to what I would do, because you only have 8 cores. So like putting Chrome or Discord onto like 2 cores is not really ideal. You just load into an online raid.
No way I did.
You 100% did.
No, I didn't.
Are you sure?
No. Yeah, training, dude. You scared me.
Oh, okay. I didn't know there was a countdown.
Goodness.
I didn't know there was a countdown. My bad.
Oh my god.
My bad. My bad. I didn't know there was a countdown.
Shooting.
All right, we're going to go back to the same place, and then we're going to sort that out. We're going to sort out that config. That was a crazy setup. Never seen it like that before.
Well, I literally just changed that, like, before putting up the stream, kind of, like, while you were doing the other guy's stuff.
Oh, okay.
But he did have, like, different options, because his CPU is different, I guess.
Yeah.
His cores were different.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Still tearing.
Yep.
Oh, can you see that? Yeah,
I can see that. I can see the ghosting a little bit.
So ghosting, yeah.
Wait. Have you tried the desktop capture on and off? What do you mean for Discord screen share inertia? So let's go back to process lasso real quick, and set that up to how I think you should set it up. With Discord and Chrome, you're really not going to be able to manage where that goes, because it needs a sufficient amount of processing power. You only have 8 cores, and I would say for a smooth experience on Discord and Chrome, you're going to need at least, at a bare minimum, 3 cores, if not 4, at a minimum. So to be a somewhat smooth experience, so I would just leave those as is, and I would take Tarkov and take it off the first thread, or the first core.
Is this the first core?
Yeah, the first 2, because it's 2 threads
First
to a core.
2.
So that's, yep.
Okay.
So you can hit OK. And then go back to all processes, by the way, so it shows everything instead of just the active. There we go. Because there's a lot more. That's why you couldn't see. So now you can select. Yeah, now you're going to be able to start moving.
Should I do
stuff.
Control A? Let me do Control A here. Control A.
Hold on. There we go. Okay. From the time VSR 225% upscaled FSR 3 quality does actually look better than native. Yeah. VSR plus FSR is still pretty good. It's not as good as DLSS with DLDSR, but it's still that extra resolution. It does help with clarity.
Yeah, this looks ugly, but whatever.
Go to let's see if there's anything in the background that I'd sort out. Just scroll through slowly here. Just want to see, because Chrome and Discord we're not going to move. We could move the Elgato services to the first thread, or the first core, sorry. So you could take
these guys?
Yeah, those 3. See, what you can do is you can click the top one for Elgato, and then shift click the bottom one for Elgato. You just selected 2 of them, there's 3.
Oh.
There you go. And then right click. CPU affinity, always, then select, and then just uncheck everything. So just hit all on the top there, and then check CPU 0 and 1. And click the other all. Click the other all. There we go. And then wait. Hit save named affinity. Type like first core or something. And then hit OK. And then OK. And now, once we find the next thing that we want to sort out, so let's keep scrolling here. Let's say I want to put the LG Hub Updater service, just as an example, to the first core only. So scroll down a little bit, and then right click on that, CPU affinity, always, and then just first core. Boom, done. And now you can scroll through. I don't think there's much else in here. We can check. No, that's all okay. You hit 80 FPS, by the way, for the first time since I've seen your performance. This is all just, you can keep scrolling for a little bit here. Okay. And that's all alright.
Good stuff, maybe?
No, you don't need to worry about the Xbox app. That should be fine.
Okay, and Tarkov is, yep.
Is on all except the first score. So that means
I
just
think
like...
so, yeah.
Now, obviously, you can have, like... you could technically run Chrome on the first thread only, but it is going to suffer. And it's not going to be that responsive. So...
What about, like, saving this? Is this going to save every time?
Yeah, this saves. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you, dude.
And then... Let's see. I would also go to options, and then power, and for no, it's bits and highest. Oh, there it is. Yeah, start lasso with power profile. That's it. Select high performance. Okay, cool. Which that should be the best for your Intel platform. High performance should be the best for that.
W.
So yeah, that's what I would do there. And obviously you can see FPS is going to swing
Oh my god, yeah.
Drastically.
85.
Well, when you look down, it's culling a lot of the stuff you're not looking at. So that's why you're seeing that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I have people look at the same spot in the same map.
Right.
Because it'll swing around a lot depending on where you look. So, that's basically everything. I mean, you didn't have too much in the background, so these settings.
What are you thinking about? What about like this? What if I do this?
I would run
because this is
Anisotropic
giving me
on,
a
actually. Yeah, run Anisotropic on, and then I would
Like, this is
Nvidia
giving me-
Reflex. And Nvidia Reflex really shouldn't do much since you're CPU bound, but you can run on for it.
and
On
then
plus boost you don't need.
and then in the Nvidia control panel, I'll leave it on too. I'll leave my settings as they were.
From what I remember, everything else was okay. I can look at that again.
Dude, is this ghosting still? It's always gonna be there, right? What if
With
I turn on?
DLSS, yeah, I guess you could try preset J instead of preset K to see if that fixes it, but there should be less ghosting with K than J. You can't change it like this, by the way. You have to restart the game for it to apply.
Oh, okay, forget it.
Yeah. Somebody said real quick, also recommend for them to switch their core boost to per core instead of all core. His last 4 cores should hit 5.1 instead of 4.7 gigahertz. You won't be able to change that in process last, so I believe you'd have to change that in
MSI
in your BIOS.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it's probably
What would I
set
have
up
to
be
change?
per core boost. You'll see like an option labeled like
Core boost.
yeah, it'll
CPU core
depend.
boost.
It depends on what manufacturer you have, what it's named. But if you look up your like, you can look
Yeah.
up your motherboard and see like
Mhm.
how to change from per core to all core, and you'll be able to see it where it is. It's probably in the overclocking section, and then there'll be a
Okay.
CPU section you'll be able to find and then adjust it in there. Because you
So
have
you,
you have
yep.
the thermal headroom to do it. So because what is that CPU clock metric right there in your CAFrame X overlay? Because it is locked at 4.7, but I don't know if that's for one core or if that's for all cores. Also, Inertia, I'll read your message in a second. I'm not ignoring you. Just give me 1 second here.
Where is it at? What are my settings?
Go to
Analysis?
overlay. And then scroll down a little bit till you get to the CPU section. Okay. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. That's the average clock. Okay, so it is locked on all cores to 4.7. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, so you should set that to per core instead of all cores, so some of the cores can clock higher. You just go
In,
your BIOS.
BIOS?
And do that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Set it to per core instead of all core.
Yeah.
My CPU cores, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. So that it can adjust the clocks of each individual core
Okay.
instead of having them all set. Because for your CPU, you can hit, well, actually, for most CPUs, you can hit a higher single core frequency. So when like when you buy a CPU and they list like, for example, maximum boost clock is, I don't know, 3.9 gigahertz or whatever.
Right. Okay.
That boost clock is typically they're talking about on a single core. The all core boost is probably a couple of hundred megahertz lower than that. Depends on the architecture, but yeah, because it can't sustain that same frequency on all the cores at the same time. So by doing that,
So
you'll have. Yeah, go ahead.
Yep. No, sorry, dude. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. But you'll be able to have some cores that'll be able to boost higher. And since, for example, Tarkov, typically you have one thread that's handling like the render pipeline and stuff to send work to the GPU. That way it can prioritize to boost some of those threads quicker to hopefully help with the workload on a per core basis. So.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
And it's gonna. Well, no, that's about it, bro. Thank you for your time, dude. I mean, if you think these are like the best things I should run, like, would you change anything from which we went through?
You have enough
on here?
headroom GPU wise, especially when running DLSS on quality, to use whatever you prefer with HBAO, SSR. I would recommend Anisotropic filtering on though, just to help
I
with
agree.
the texture,
Okay.
clarity. And besides that, what were you running on textures, by the way? Medium?
Medium, yeah.
Yeah, then that's fine.
You would keep this VSync on too, or is this better for any of the users?
If you're using G-Sync, you're going to want to have that enabled in game too.
Okay, so this is where it's at right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all fine.
And if I want to take out that ghosting, I basically have to turn off my DLSS, right? A little bit.
Yeah, yeah. Or you could
Okay,
play
change
around
my
with the different
cores.
presets, but you know,
JRK, right?
a J or K, yeah. K will be labeled as latest, and J is just labeled as preset J.
And so this is like the average frame rate for my setup. This is
Yeah.
what people should be running.
That's with a
About-
10700K. Yeah, that's what's limiting you right now. Because you can see
Right.
your 3080 is only at 50% usage. You have a bunch of headroom. It's just waiting on the 10700K.
Right. Ah, okay. Oh, dude, awesome. Thank you, Clem. Thank you so much, bro.
Yeah. No problem. Man.
Okay. GG, yo.
Yeah. GG's.
Hopefully I don't find you in Tarkov, dude.
Yeah. And if you need anything else, make sure you just like, you know, you
Yes,
can reach
sir.
out or ask in chat or post in the Discord somewhere. And, you know, there's
Yeah.
people in here. So, yeah.
W. All right, well, keep
Yeah.
up the good work, man. You have awesome content, dude. I love it.
Thanks. Appreciate it, man.
All right, dude.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. GG's.
I'll see you.
Later.
Huge. Yo, Clem, what's the waitlist like? Also, W Sherpa. We're here, basically. We're at the next one. I get to choose. God, there's so many X3D users, which is honestly, it's cool to see that the like hardware is switching over time. Like, I'm glad to see that we're getting some more people. I kind of want to check out your pre-built root beer. I'm gonna be honest. If I have time for one more, and I kind of want to check out the pre-built. So unless this goes really, really quickly, in which case maybe I'll have time for another. But at max, I can stay here like another 45 minutes. So, I'll set up MSI Afterburner. All right, I'll be here. You can use something else, by the way. It doesn't. I can figure out if your GPU or CPU bottlenecked without that. So just let me know. And feel free join the call whenever you're ready. And root beer will probably be the last one. You can feel free to type in the PC Sherpa live queue if you want. But if you want some more help, for sure, make sure you post in the help forum. Make sure you make your own little post in here. You'll be able to get some help from some of the members of my community and me. I also try to respond to these when I can. So if you do need help, make sure you post in here, or you could just, if you have like a general question, you can like ask in the tech talk and we'll try to get back to you too there. Another 5700 X3D. They just keep piling up. They just keep piling up. Oh, there's root beer. Okay. I'll pull you in. Oh, wait. So sending affinity to less cores is actually helpful, I assume. I should have explained that. Sorry. The only reason why I took him off the first thread is because Windows can sometimes schedule some of its background tasks to that first thread. So I took it off of there just to help in case some other like small tasks were being scheduled on that first thread. And then I also moved, for example, like his Elgato sound capture stuff, just like not really sensitive stuff to that first thread, so that if it ever does anything a little bit in the background, you can move it into, you know, that first core if it doesn't need to run quickly or you're not interacting with it like Discord or Chrome, you know. Onigiri, this is probably going to be my last one of the night. Root beer probably is going to be the last one, or root beer, jeez. But if you need some more help, make sure you post in the help forum, because odds are root beer will probably be the last one. I don't know how quickly it's going to go, but we'll see. I'm on a 1200K and a 4070 Super, and I'm heavily CPU bound this swipe. Performance has been absolutely hammered down. Yeah, for a lot of people, the AI has just gotten really heavy for a lot of people. And it's not necessarily the winter update, I should say, too, that's eating it. It's not the winter environment. That's the reason my performance has dropped. But anyway, let me bring in root beer. Hey.
What's up, dude?
What's up, man? So you got a very very intriguing build. I'm excited to see here.
I think you'll be surprised how good these specs run.
No,
what map do you want me to run the?
Which one did you have concerns about?
Oh man, it has to be streets, dude. I don't think. I think it's just VRAM. I don't think VRAM is 8 gigs. It's just not, or is it 12? I don't remember what this exact card has. I think it's 8.
It's 8.
It's just not enough.
It comes with either 8 or 16.
12 would
so.
Right. 12 would have been perfect, I think.
Yeah.
Because I'm at like a little bit over that limit.
12 is typically, I would argue that 12 gigabytes is sort of like our new minimum for 1440p. Because 8 gigs, unless you're unless you're like conscious of the fact that you have 8 gigs, running just 8 gigs and like cranking all the settings, including texture quality, is just going to kill your lows. It's rough. And I know because I had a 3070 Ti for a long time. So, until a couple months ago. So.
Well, I'd consider myself a sweaty player, but when it comes to like frame rate, if my frame rate is not steady, above 100 at least, I will feel it. I mean, the gameplay will not feel great for me.
Let's
you know what I mean?
Check this out. And this is a pre-built, right? It's an HBAO man.
Yeah. Do you want me to do no AI or AI? And just
no
hide
AI.
or what?
Just because I want it to be consistent. Also, I can't believe I shot that out of the sky that it was an HP Omen pre-built. Like I saw.
It's not an HP Omen pre-built. It's actually like a good company. I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, it's MSI. If I'm not mistaken.
I didn't even know they made pre-builts. Okay.
Oh well, it has a dragon. I can't remember the company for that one. Yeah, it is MSI. It is.
Okay. Okay. That's surprising. I didn't even know that. Okay. We'll also, while we're loading, can you look at the settings real quick? On the bottom right. Oh. Okay.
Oh, these. Hold on. I just updated my game. So a lot of these are
okay.
Not quite what I'd have them on.
No, it's like high texture quality on 8 gigabyte GPU. 1440p.
That's not. Hold on. I'm gonna have to change that right now. Then I changed it before I joined this chat, but apparently Tarkov likes to revert things. So
you're good. I was like, well, I think I found the issue. I was like, oh, and you'll have to.
Dude, I found your issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
That'll be $15.
I found your issue. I fixed it. I think I know the answer.
Yep. You're not gonna believe this. Okay.
Dude,
someone has Nvidia.
I bought this.
Hold on. Do you have the Nvidia app?
I do. Which
have
one? The control panel or the other one?
The new one.
Yeah, I do.
Do you have the auto optimize settings on in that?
I don't think I do. No.
Well, let's check that before you relaunch real quick.
Okay.
Let's just make sure.
You're curious. I get it.
Yeah.
If it is on, I swear I didn't do it.
No, you don't have to be like it's. I'm not like blaming you. I just want to make sure.
No. I like to configure my own settings. So if it is on, I'm sorry.
Game
no, it's not.
Some of them look like they are optimized. Go to the settings.
You talking about
in NVIDIA?
Where?
Sorry, on the left.
Yeah. Oh, okay, on the left, I see it.
Do you use the NVIDIA overlay?
I do to like record clips and stuff, but I don't have it on right now.
Okay. Automatically optimize
it does affect...
newly added games and apps. Turn that off.
You want me to do that?
Yeah. Because that's talking about
where?
the.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
I thought you meant turn it on. I didn't know it was already on. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Why is that on?
Sometimes if you just click through like the initial pop-ups, they just enable it by default.
There's just certain settings that I
whoa.
think everything looks fine here.
Ooh. You can run overall.
Nah, man.
Hold on.
Well,
hold on. You can run overall visibility doesn't have any impact. Virtually, I cannot benchmark a difference in the performance. Do you know what that setting does?
I assume that means trees, people, objects, things, everything except the land doesn't load past 400.
What it does, at least from what I've been able to see, is mainly having to do with background objects. So basically, and that's also directly in meters. So once you go past like about 1,000 in the setting.
Bro, give me 1 second. I'm sorry. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Should I enable enhanced multi-core in BIOS? No. You should be able to just swap it from all core to per core and then send it. Enhanced I don't know what that feature is in that specific BIOS, because it could be. Hold on. Let's look that up before I. What board do you have? Because that might be like the AI enhanced, AI in heavy quotation marks. They're like branded multi-core enhancement bullshit. Enhanced multi-core option, BIOS option. Yeah, no. Don't do that. I've seen other streamers showing those settings on Lighthouse and it was affecting a player's visibility in that the tree they go behind was invisible, but they would pop in and out. He was testing from the cliff. So hold on, wait. I gotta sneeze. Hold on. Ooh. It's like right there. Welcome in, just hide.
EFT is not a fun game.
Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Oh, I gotta sneeze. It's just like right there. Okay, but that's from the fact that your FOV and your object LOD quality affect the distance at which PMCs render.
It's not a fun game.
The overall visibility shouldn't actually be affecting specifically the trees.
Can you hear me?
Actually, yeah, I can hear you. In any major
Okay.
way. Sorry, I was talking to chat.
Let's see if they. Did I restart? Did I change the settings here in the restart, or did I, did I miss the restart? I was paying attention.
You
okay, so I didn't restart.
Okay. Yeah. All the other settings you can change.
My aunt called me because called me because it's my birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday! Hey, hopefully we can.
25 years old, man. I'm old.
You're a boomer, man. I'm 21, so I'm in like,
In 5 years, I'll be in the 30s. That's rough, man. That's rough.
Yeah, that's rough. No, I'm kidding. My average, I shouldn't be saying this. My average viewer base is between like 30 and 40. I shouldn't actually be saying this. I'm just kidding.
Shit.
So
you want me to put my visibility up just for simplicity of being able to see people and objects and
because like big background objects, yeah, they'll be rendered in, so it won't look like some stuff in the far distance is popping in. It's a lot of the background, background map, yeah.
Most of the time I play maps that are already so close quarter that you really never see that. I don't play woods. That map could burn. Every other map is
not
fine.
that bad. Woods is
pretty bad, dude. Woods is the kind of map that there's like every match there's at least 2 snipers somewhere in the match waiting. And then you have Stank Rat just lurking, dude, somewhere in the void.
What other settings did you have, by the way? Okay. We'll talk. Oh, whoa. High quality color.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
I don't know exactly. I kind of just have them on.
Okay.
It didn't affect frame rate in any way that I could see, so I kind of just left it on.
It's a very minor impact. I would turn it off for now.
Then I have this. I didn't mean to have this one on. I was messing with settings.
Okay.
This one doesn't affect me any. These both don't do nothing for me.
Yes, that sounds about right.
They
just
don't
head in real
do
quick. Yeah.
anything. Yeah. Sorry about that. My aunt called me.
It's all right, man. No, it's unacceptable. On my stream?
It's unacceptable. Yeah. Get the hell out of this chat. I want to see your kind again.
Yeah. How dare you? How dare you celebrate your birthday with your family?
Yeah.
You're not. Did you even
be a human being?
Did you even buy the extended stash lines? Are you a believer? Are you a true believer? Come on.
When that came out, I was actually in a spot where I just got laid off of a job. So no.
So it was
But
a
now
perfect
last
time.
week, about 2 weeks ago, I got a new job, so it's coming back. I don't know. I don't play Tarkov that much anymore. I've just anytime my frame rate goes under 100, it makes me want to Alt F4. You don't understand when you're used to 140 and up on other games, 240 hertz. I
Because
have
you play
240.
like competitive. I'm
When
assuming
you're
you play
used
like
to that,
CS:GO, and
no, I it's kind of hard to explain what games I play, like Dark and Darker, you know? And that
I
game
know
runs
Dark,
really
yeah.
smooth.
yeah.
But when I scope in and my frame rate goes from 120 to 90 or 80,
Yeah.
the mouse delay starts happening. The unsureness of should I shoot now starts happening because
Yeah.
it's not as smooth anymore. Gets me sweaty, all right? It's like stresses me out. I don't know how you feel about it.
Somebody said, the high refresh rate trap. Hey, well, I understand out from like a personal perspective because I have my main monitor, which is a 240 hertz OLED panel, and I try to drive as much FPS as possible, and I don't really like frame gen for most of the things that I play.
Well, the new frame gen for the 50 series is really solid. Really solid.
It's solid. It's just
It's only about giving 5 more milliseconds. It's only going up to like 9 or 10 or 12 maybe, but you know what I mean.
well, still people got to understand with the frame generation too that like, and this is the last thing that I'll talk about your settings real quick, is that like you still have to display the frame for a certain amount of time. Like it's got to be on your screen. And while the time it's on screen is the time that it's wasting that it could be displaying more recent data, like a more recent frame, because it's delayed the most recent frame. So that inherently in and of itself is some delay, whatever that frame time is, the amount of time that it's on the screen.
Right.
Also, whoa. Holy.
Yeah.
I mean, this is Task Manager, but I mean, holy memory
This is
usage.
Task Manager. That's always been like that on Tarkov for me.
Do you have MSI Afterburner or something in the background that you could check the like usages with too, or like hardware info or CapFrame X?
I could go. Oh, I might have hardware info. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Someone's fucking. I'm sorry.
You're
Get
good.
the. It's my cousin. Damn.
Oh.
Alrighty.
Okay.
What you're going to notice is that these CPUs cook. All right.
Yeah,
and
I know,
I
I
don't
know.
have water cooling, so
Yeah.
it is going to be up in the 80s, but the card is really cold.
The 80s.
80
Okay.
Celsius isn't
It's
that
fine.
bad. When
Yeah, it's
99 is the
fine.
max, it's not even going over the that heat index where it starts. I can't use words right now.
Yeah,
but you know
go
what I
to
mean.
the expand the rest of the
Mhm.
CPU options.
Okay.
Oh, right now it's doing okay. Well, right now we're just fine. We're in the 50s. That's
Yeah,
just fine.
no, it's nice and cold. This because Tarkov doesn't take full advantage of this thing.
Yeah. You have a lot of E-cores that's just not going to really use that much.
I do.
So. You have,
I have changed with I have process lasso. I have changed like which affinities, which priorities. Doesn't do anything for me that I would imagine. Like it really doesn't. The only big change that I could see that does things is when I go to full screen. I was here like a week ago when I was explaining this. Let's see if it changes. It might not, but just because there's no AI and stuff. So it's like 82.
Well, if you're GPU bottlenecked right now, then it won't change. But yeah.
No, I mean that's about
Yeah,
a
it did.
10 FPS, 8 FPS difference, but not much. But in multiplayer, man, 70 to 120 difference.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what that's from. Like, I don't understand why Borderless is performing more in CPU bottleneck scenarios. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know why it's doing that. Because I saw the same thing when I benchmarked it at the start of the wipe. I got some messages from like other creators or another creator asking like, "Hey, like I saw this. Did you see this?" And I was like, "Oh." And I tested. I was like, "What?" I was like, "Why?" Because typically, full screen is technically the best. but
You would
for
think.
some reason the borderless presentation is just better when CPU.
I have tried. So I've tried. What's the word there? I've tried making it so the clocks. So right now my clocks, if they get really hot, what'll happen is it'll downclock everything. I made it so the limit in Intel's turbo clocking, I made it so it can go as high as it wants to when things get hot. And that sounds crazy. Only because if I'm playing certain... God, it sounds worse than it is. It's not cooking. It's just Intel likes to... Oh, God, you're getting in the 70s. Let's downclock you a little bit. I'm like, no. Keep pushing that thing. And, you know, this is solid frame rate. Don't get me wrong. But I want to scope in and be like, all right, my frame rate basically lost only 10 or 20, maybe. This one's
that's
like
never gonna happen. That's not even happening for people with the highest end hardware.
Well, like in Armor Reforger, when you scope in, they have an option for 2D scopes.
Yeah.
It just all it does is block out everything but where I'm looking with like the inside of the scope.
Right.
And everything else goes black, and it runs the same as not scoped in, which I know Tarkov probably won't add that, but
it's because they're removing the whole picture-in-picture thing, so that when you scope in, it's just one picture.
I did
that
see.
helps a lot.
There's a video on YouTube of some guy. It's like 4 days ago. He bought an AMD card, one of the top line. It's like a budget. It's like a budget of the newer ones. Yeah. And he puts it in his computer with a 4060 Ti. He uses the 4060 Ti for his game, but he uses the AMD card to enable motions. What is it? Smooth motion.
Fluid motion.
His frame rate was like 180, which is kind of makes me want to buy that AMD card, dude.
No, brother. Okay, wait, hold on.
I'm joking, but I'm just saying, dual card.
Oh man. Listen. Okay. So, firstly, I'll address that frame generation stuff in a second. You like having a very responsive game, so you probably don't want that. But anyway, firstly,
the thing is, the milliseconds I'm getting when I'm scoped in, it's like 70 frames. It's like 12 milliseconds. When you turn on the smooth motion, you go from 12 to 4, about 3 native, and you get 5 extra. So it's 12 versus 10. You're still getting less input for how many more frames you're getting, but I don't know if the artifacting is going to be worth it.
But
you know what I'm saying?
What is that number?
Say again?
What's that millisecond number that you're referring to?
So like 60 FPS, I think is like 13 milliseconds, right? It's like how many frames are going through.
Time? Yeah.
Right. So let's say I'm getting 60 when I scope in, but let's say now I'm getting 120 when I scope in.
Yeah.
Okay. The frame generation adds like 5 or 6 milliseconds, but now I'm getting only like 8 milliseconds from native, added 5. So I'm still getting kind of the same-ish in the same world of delay.
Because okay, the thing that you're not taking into account is that the generated frames don't take your input. They don't take your input at all. So what's actually happening, even though that the frame time has decreased because there's more frames, the time between each real frame is still more because you're still waiting on the generated frame to not only be generated but also to be displayed, and it has to be displayed for a certain amount of time. So because it's not like, because for example, in a hypothetical world, let's say the frame time is 10 milliseconds, I have 100 FPS. When I frame gen up to 200 FPS, that goes down, and let's say the FPS stays exactly at 100 for base. That goes down to 5 milliseconds in between each. But that's not really 5 milliseconds between each real frame. It's 10 milliseconds between each real frame. But
I understand what you're saying.
You also have to then consider that that generated frame needs to be displayed for a certain amount of time. So now that time that it's displayed is also then added to that frame time latency because it has to be displayed for more than 0 milliseconds, or else it doesn't do anything in the first place. So it's got to be on the screen. So that adds additional latency from that as well.
I kind of see
So-
what you're saying. It's hard to say because the mouse delay is still there, right? It probably gets a little worse. You're right, but will the character running from left to right or running away from me be smoother? You know what I'm saying?
The
I
image,
might be able to time the difference between that.
The image presentation will be smoother, but it won't.
I have had a game like that where like everything felt smooth, but the delay on the mouse was so much worse. I had frame duration on because I can have the first gen of it, and it's pretty bad in certain games. But from what I've seen, it might make a big difference, that new frame generation. Might make
it's still driver level too, so all it can take is like the window of the game. So it's not like for example, like DLSS 4 inputted into the game with full frame generation support, taking advantage of the motion vectors of objects in the game. It's still like it's just taking the window into account, so it can't access any of that other data. So that's why you're going to see more artifacts as well than if it was natively implemented.
Hey, I hear you, Sky Race. 8 days in PC on. Listen, man, I press the power button. I tell Windows to shut off. It doesn't just do it. Windows is like, nah, he doesn't want to shut it down. He wants to go to sleep. I even have it on the right options, man. Windows is just a crazy beast.
You can't shut down your computer? Oh, God.
No, I can. I can. Listen. I'm really well in computers. It just doesn't do it sometimes.
Oh, okay.
It just quite simply decides it's not going to. All right, I'm not crazy. So if you look, I'm getting about 77 frames. A lot more stutters today. You're banned. Get him out of here. Host, ban him. Mods. All right, quality. So I go to 77 frames. With quality DLSS, I go up to 93. DLSS does me God's work.
Because you're probably able to drive the frames, because the 4060 Ti is,
Go to performance. It doesn't make a difference. It's not like it. It's quite a difference, actually, but it's not like, I think in multiplayer, it's not going to make that difference.
Correct, because multiplayer has a lot more CPU load because of the AI and the players and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if I wanted to play single player Tarkov, I'm not a single player Tarkov kind of guy.
Right.
Nobody plays that.
You would never play single player Tarkov.
I would never. All right, I'm here for the competitive murdering of other players.
Let me just check something real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Your CPU is running a gigahertz below spec.
No. So it says that on Task Manager. It just doesn't tell you the performance core. Here, I'll show you Intel's Extreme Utility, tuning utility.
Okay.
Oh, well, yeah.
I thought you opened Harbor Info though, and I thought I saw it in there.
Well, if I open up the actual,
open up the core clock.
Where is it?
It's up. You missed it. It's up.
Did I miss it?
Yeah.
Core clocks. So if you look, this is like 4400. This is what I was talking about earlier. Let me try to. So right here, you ready for this? I'm just gonna do this for the troll. All right. But if I set this really high, Windows will fix it. It's whatever. You can see the performance core goes up quite a bit. Let's just jack this thing up, just in case. I'm EDP throttling, so I'm pretty sure it's my motherboard. That's probably where the cheapness came out of, But the P core, when I'm not doing anything, is like 5.2. That's how I know it's like some form of a voltage regulator on the motherboard. I don't think.
That even
Say again?
The being at 4.6 or whatever, that what you had there, the normal turbo frequency of the 14700F, or that's the K. Sorry, wait, let me find the F. Let's see.
The F is like 5.2. I have it. When I don't run anything, it's 5.2. But when I load up any form of a game, it's gonna be
5.4.
Around the 4.8, 4.9. Yeah.
Or sorry, yeah, performance core max frequency is 5.3. So when you're in game, it should be running at like 5 gigahertz.
Well, you can see here the current EDP limit throttling.
Oh yeah,
I've done research on this, and it tells me that it's about the motherboard being like on the low end of regulation with voltage.
Oh,
which I assume means the CPU is so solid, right? It's a good CPU, but then the motherboard's so cheap that this thing doesn't run it to its full potential.
Right.
Is my theory on that.
Okay.
I like
think,
this. I like where you're going with this.
I think this is probably an issue. I think
Like
it's
the rock
because,
style.
yeah, I think I'm
Mhm.
raising an eyebrow to that because, I mean, yes, it might be getting limited by the motherboard's VRMs. I don't know what motherboard the pre-built used. And the pre-built manufacturer might have power limited the CPU out of the gate.
No, I've looked in the BIOS. It's well deserved. Good settings, nothing crazy. When I'm not in a game, it's at 5.2. As you can see, the main board. It's one of these cheap, cheap little boys. Nothing too crazy.
Okay.
Can you read that? I know it's kind of
yeah,
tiny.
I can read that. Yep. What's the memory spec too, right? Let me check that.
Oh,
Sorry, an
not
SPD.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's only 2800. Actually, I lied.
It's 5600 megahertz total. Okay. Yeah, that sounds. I mean, that looks like pre-built spec memory. It's SK Hynix. So that's
Yeah, SK Hynix is a good budget. I've done my research on that company. That's just a nice budget.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everything seems. I don't run it bad. Don't get me wrong. This isn't like I'm not like, going on the Tarkov Reddit forum like, where's my FPS? But I'd like it to be better.
Right. And
if it ever could be.
The way to get that better is with this CPU. Because the CPU, if it could clock slightly higher, it would be that would be helping your performance. And also the memory speed is also probably hurting it. I don't see the core-to-core usage
2800.
right now.
It did say 2800. Oh, you want to see like all of them? Let's see. I can open up the no.
Okay. So it's almost getting to. Is it hitting? Oh, scroll down a little bit for me in the hardware info. A little bit more. Core power limit exceeded. Yeah, the only reason why it's throttling down is because it doesn't hit that. It's running out of, or it's hitting that power threshold.
Right.
That you set next to you. Because the turbo boost power is 65 watts right now.
Well, look, if we turn this off, I think this does a difference, or it's this one. I don't know why this one can't be turned off now. It's kind of weird. But like if I watch this, you want to see some funny.
Just set that back to like the max, the 219.
Look at my frame rate, dude. Holy. You wanted to set it really low, or like what do you want me to do?
No, I wanted to set it back to the standard, which was not 65. 219 watts is the max turbo power.
You're right. No, 219's that one. This one is the one that was at like a much lower number, like 125 or something.
Yeah, well, this is the short-term power boost. Having this at that max turbo power as well will allow you to hit those high.
You're saying change this one up here?
No, the turbo boost power max. That's
okay. Yeah. I had it at like 200. What
that's
do you want
actually the long term. Yeah, it should be at 219. That's what that should be at.
I see.
Okay.
But see, nothing changes because.
Well, go back in game real quick.
Yeah.
And then in your settings, go to DLSS performance if it's not already there. Just want to make sure we're CPU bottlenecked. And then go back in here. Okay. And then open up hardware info again. And then go to the what's it called? The clock speeds.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That didn't actually change. Maybe you're right.
No, well, I
say
could do
two.
something funny, right?
Uh-huh.
So you see this TDP we're at? It's about
Yeah.
90. I bet if I switch this to 100, my frame rate doesn't change.
No, because you're not using that much power.
Right.
you're
That's what I'm
limiting-
saying. It's not like anything. But if I set it under it, it says this power limit throttling will go on eventually, one of these days. Hold on, let's go a little lower.
Yeah, because it has to downclock because you're lowering the max power that it can draw.
Right. That's weird. It's not doing it. Oh, did you just see that?
Yeah, it's gonna do it.
No, it's not doing it. Am I crazy?
Well, you can see that the package power was going down. But you
That is
also
really weird.
it's anything under 65. It's not. Wait, turbo boost short power max enable was enabled before. You have it disabled.
It was, but I did something to it that kind of butchered it. Watch this. Look at my FPS. See at the top right?
Why did it butcher? What at boot it was enabled though?
I turned it off, turned it back on.
That's got to be like a bug or something. What happened to the
Dude,
core blocks? Oh no, the package power went all the way down.
It did. You see that? It's at 13.
Why did it just? That's kind of weird.
I couldn't tell you.
That I don't know why that's happening.
I think
But
that's an XD
the behavior
bug,
when you have
probably.
it. Yeah, I think so. That because you have it enabled on boot. So if it was on boot and that was the direct reason why that was happening, you would,
Well, if I were to restart, it'd be on and normal. You know what I mean?
yeah.
That's it's really whack.
But do you use like anything to see when your CPU versus GPU bottleneck? Do you use like CapFrameX to see that?
You'd have to give me an example.
Like to see your GPU usage and your CPU per thread usage when you're playing to like.
I only have Task Manager just because I haven't installed MSI on here.
Okay.
You know, it's not the greatest use. Or actually, you know what? I could open up Process Lasso if you want that. This
Well,
is what something you want to look at.
Oh well, I guess that'll be something for me to check. Because have you made any changes in here?
I've made so many changes. None of them ever actually do anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
they don't. I've tried no threading. I've tried affinity. I've tried priorities. It doesn't change anything in the real game in multiplayer.
From what I saw, from Wildhead, I think he had a 14th gen CPU. Somebody in my community, and he did some testing in the past with like disabling E-cores and through Process Lasso specifically, and he found that normally just leaving the affinity at stock and then just taking other tasks in the background and moving those to say beyond the E-cores was the best way to do it. And I agree with that 100%. Really changing the affinity for Tarkov in here doesn't, for 12th, 13th, and 14th gen CPUs that have P and E cores doesn't really do anything. If you were actually looking for like, and you can't do this because you're not on a K-SKU CPU, but
Right.
like, if you're actually looking for like trying to boost performance a different way, you disable the E-cores, disable hyper-threading, and then try to like boost clocks to something crazy. But you can't do that in your case because you have the F-SKU without the K.
Well, I also think I'm kind of bottlenecked at the, you know, nothing is quite literally worse than the other. It's kind of like almost a perfect match.
I agree.
I
With
could
you,
up the
Friedrich, by the
graphics
way.
and my
I'm trying to stay
FPS
alive
wouldn't
here.
change in a real game.
Oh.
I've done it before. I could have like HBAO if I wanted on. I could change all these other things. Texture
Right.
quality, no, don't mess with that. That's bad. I'll never load into a Streets on high.
Why are you using so much memory?
What do you mean, man? Do you want to see?
Your RAM
Do you want to
usage.
see? Look at that. You tell me what. All right. Well, I have Microsoft Edge because your YouTube video requires that
Oh,
much.
that's what that's for all the okay.
Mhm.
Because you had the streams open and stuff. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that was it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking over
Um,
your chat, watching the people shit talking me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought he was. I'm watching you.
So I gotta just like reorientate myself here.
Yeah.
So you haven't done anything in Process Lasso, but you've been keeping it open.
I've done enough to it that I've changed everything I could possibly.
Like,
and it doesn't make a difference. So, all right, I'll give you an example. I've changed I/O priorities.
oh,
I've changed
okay.
affinities. I've tried disabling it. I've tried enabling only the real cores. I've tried, I had it on high. I've tried everything I can. I don't think anything else in here I've actually messed with that I think could make a difference.
All I would recommend for you is for like maybe some things that you don't need to be that responsive in the background, just to throw them over to the E-cores and leave it. Like browsers
Right.
on E-cores isn't too bad. You can run like Edge or Firefox or Google
If a
Chrome
90s
on there.
computer could run YouTube, I think the E-cores can run YouTube. Yeah.
You could just have them on there. But for everything else, I mean, I wouldn't set Tarkov to be only on the P cores.
It is
like I
enabled
said
fried
before.
shrimp. I have, it says 2800 here. And if you look, the highest one I have is 2800, which is XMP 5600, which is what it is.
Yeah, that's running. If you go to, yeah, that's running.
Better RAM, I don't think will change much. I already have 2 sticks, so it's not single channel locked,
The speed is kind of
on the lower end, yeah.
So that
I think this processor, if you go back to that page on your browser, I think it actually is limited, actually. I think this processor doesn't have a high-end memory.
that's just the amount of memory that they officially support. That's not like the pre-built manufacturer probably did that for warranty reasons,
PC is not a
or
fun
more
game.
importantly,
I see.
to save money on the kit, not because they were like trying to like follow specification. Like you can easily run DDR5 6000, or I mean, I don't know what the memory support's like on the 4700F exactly.
Well, if the
but, like, you
processor
could,
can't handle it, though, it's gonna lower it anyways. It's not gonna allow
well,
it.
it's
If you
not
have
gonna
like
boot.
6,000. Well, it just downclocks the RAM. I've had that before, where it just kind of, you bought this crazy RAM, but it's not really running at max speed.
And a lot of Intel users sometimes can shoot up to like DDR5 7200. Not a lot, I shouldn't say a lot, but
Oof.
some people. But like this is typical like pre-built spec memory. I'm not like
For sure.
surprised.
Agreed.
So that memory can have a significant impact on Tarkov performance, but for your sake right now in game, it looks like a lot of threads on your CPU are just straight up maxing out. So I
I want to
think
test something.
Okay.
I'm gonna throw us into a multiplayer match.
You're going to be a lot more CPU limited, but what do you want to see?
Well, I'm gonna show you something I think it's interesting. My FPS is different in multiplayer. I mean, obviously that was a streets match. If I was in streets, I get 50. I get half the frame rate. But if I'm on any other map, let's say customs, reserve, interchange, my FPS is like 120. And then when I scope in, it's like 85.
Yeah.
We can only do so much testing in single player, but here, what would you say is what I need to upgrade? You know what I'm saying? Because if I get rid of the processor, the card is already kind of on the weaker end. But if I upgrade the graphics card, the processor might still be lacking in some areas.
The processor,
This is already a solid CPU.
all you need to do to really test if what you need to upgrade is if you just run an upscaler, and this is for like in general for everybody. If you run like FSR or DLSS on performance, you go into a raid. If your performance is still not up to par on what you would like to run, 9 times out of 10, you should be upgrading your CPU and your RAM. Because if you use something like MSI Afterburner or CapFrame X to see if your GPU bottlenecked in that situation or not, and you see that your GPU usage is not at 100%, and you're still not getting satisfactory performance from that, you are going to need to upgrade your CPU to get significantly better performance, assuming there isn't any other sort of issue at play. So
I definitely know that EDP limit throttling ticks me off a little bit, because if I were to close Tarkov right now, you'd see 5300 megahertz on that processor. The second I do anything with it, though, it starts turning that on. It lowers a little bit by like 200 or 300, megahertz.
well, with the because of it's an F SKU, because it's an F SKU non-K, you can't really mess with the clocks too much. It's not an unlocked CPU.
I can only allow
So,
it to do what it can do. I just
yeah.
can't make it go past what it can do.
You can't really, like, as far as I understand, especially since I don't think you have a proprietary motherboard. I don't think. But like typically they have that pretty locked down to where you can't manually set the like.
It's
per
got a
core
very
clock.
advanced BIOS. I mean, I've got enough options in there to be like, this isn't like some Dell BIOS. If you ever had a Dell BIOS, those things are limited. It's like a whole nother operating system that they definitely don't want you changing anything sensitive.
They just want you to run it as stock. There's some people in my Discord who have taken like motherboards out of HP and Dell pre-builds and tried to like upgrade their hardware and just use that old motherboard, and like the motherboard doesn't fit in the case they bought and stuff, and I'm like, oh my god.
Or it's
why?
the Dell motherboard being like, yo man, why are you using all of these other things we don't want you to use in this setup?
Like their memory support is pretty limited too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Would you
All right,
say
Nikita,
using
get me in there.
DLSS is just better? Somebody asks. No, I mean, for image clarity, even with the fact that it's a lower native resolution, with DLSS 4, mind you, the new DLSS model, it's better to me in terms of image stability. But because of the fact that there are still some artifacts, like with ghosting and with transparent objects being at a lower resolution, not being upscaled properly, it has its ups and downs, and it's gonna have to depend on, you know, how sensitive you are to the artifacts from DLSS, you know, to decide if you prefer using native with something like TAA High or by using DLSS. So also, wouldn't you just scab in? You're probably just gonna get hunted by scabs now when you load
It's
in.
fine.
there.
I'll sit there for like 5 minutes. That's all we need. If a scab runs in, I'll just have to smack him. Give him the old good smacking with my hands. With my
Have to pick up a
hands,
gun.
because no one carries up a melee weapon. That thing's like a pound, all right, or it's a kilogram in this game.
It's
I'm not
true.
carrying around a kilogram, all right.
It's true.
Need to be as light as possible.
What else did I miss? Let me. Oh. No, never mind. I didn't miss that. I'd say get
Any
a
day
better cooling,
now.
just boost the crap out of that CPU. Well, it's not really. It's not thermal throttling.
It's not
It's-
heat. Like
yeah,
even at max, it's not gonna hit 99. At
And
max, at worst scenario, it's not gonna hit 99.
Now you know too, fried shrimp, that it's, you know, it's not a case skew. So it's also part of the issue.
So this frame rate's pretty solid, 94-ish, you know. DLSS off, let's see what that looks like. That's pretty close to what it was anyways, honestly.
Yeah, but you definitely were GPU bottleneck there. 'Cause you
Right,
got
and
that.
now the card is having an easy time. 94.
And you probably won't see an improvement when you go to performance.
Well, what's weird is I gotta show people again. Full screen. 70
just
frames,
cuts you.
dude. But what is that? Borderless. What is that? I
don't know
get
where that
20
bug's from,
more
man.
frames from that. I
Yeah,
want to see performance. Doesn't
Yeah.
change a thing.
Yep. So you can see
Like,
from
this-
that.
so it's not the card.
That performance you see there is that you're hitting your CPU ceiling right there.
Right, right.
So if you want more performance than that, odds are you have to upgrade your CPU in order to get past that.
You know, it's strange though. Before DLSS 4 got a thing, became a thing, my frame rate was above 120 at all times, most times. I think what we're seeing right here is the new DLSS transformer is it looks a lot better, but I think you definitely take a hit.
That's just GPU wise though. That's not whatever changed.
Maybe it's just the map. Maybe it's just the map, right? The new map
customs-
expansion.
Yeah, customs is a whole new beast
Mhm.
now. Customs is like a streets level map in terms of performance. So you have you now have another map that's just heavily CPU bottlenecked, and a lot of people don't understand that. So they, you know, I mean, obviously I'm not saying it's not unoptimized. Like it has some work that needs to be done, but like to get better performance. But like, you know, a lot of people just don't get the fact that it is that's what's happening now. It's not like the FPS just went down. It's just that now a different part in your system is limiting your performance. What if
Well,
you look
Fried
at the
Shrimp,
floor?
You said 90 FPS in Tarkov is good.
That's true.
I hear you.
I'm not gonna lie to
I hear you. It feels pretty solid, but the second you scope in, I mean, don't even try to scope in on anything woods or, you know, shoreline related, because it's going to be, your frame rate's going to go down to the 50s, and then your mouse gets a delay and it skips a little bit. You get a little frame lag. It's not cool. None of that is cool.
Well,
yeah, if I look at the ground, you ready?
there are some people who play this at like 45 FPS, so this is, for all intents and purposes, is fairly up there.
Like that other guy, I feel bad for people. Like the dude before me is getting like 77 frames, which is it's a solid frame rate. But for me, I'm complaining at 90, which is like 20 more than him, and it's I can't tell if I'm just like more frame rate, or if I'm, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't know.
Yeah, you're probably, I mean, obviously on labs and factory and stuff, you'll have that high refresh rate experience. But if you really want to get high refresh rate on these intensive maps, you have to. Basically, you have to have the best of the best CPU and RAM config possible. And the X3D chips from AMD are basically that. Like the 9800 X3D, if you want high refresh rate on all maps, is what you should get. That is it. I mean, obviously, the other like 7800 X3D, what I have, is still really solid and still typically outperforms your setup by about 10%. Or more, depending on, you know, we don't, it depends on the config of like RAM and stuff with the CPU, but that's what you have to have that setup if you want to chase high FPS, unless we're talking about like, oh, I'm going to use frame generation. That's just kind of how it is.
So would you rather, if you were in my situation, would you get another motherboard to juice it out more, or would you wait and get a new processor with a motherboard? You know what I mean? Which one would you wait for? I would
get a new. You need a new motherboard to get the AM5 CPU. So you're gonna have to get the whole.
Well, I might not upgrade to AMD. I've never been like, I'm obviously an Intel fanboy if I'm saying this, but just because Intel, I have a buddy that uses AMD, and I can't tell you how many times he's had an issue with a game that's like, oh, we don't support AMD, or
that's from Radeon.
Issues on this AMD stuff. I guess you're right. He does use full AMD, so yeah. You're right.
That's
still,
just
they're like the
GPU drivers.
They're like the little brother of the brothers, you know. At least that's how I've always seen it.
I mean,
software reasons.
In the past, when we're talking about like 7th, 8th, and 9th gen Intel, I mean, actually, it kind of started to fall off around there, but like around that period and a bit before, Intel was the dominating player. That's just how it was. If you wanted a game, you bought Intel. That's just how it was. But with, especially when AMD Ryzen came out and now following to the like 3D chips pretty recently, that is flipped on its head. Especially with Arrow Lake as well, with like the Core Ultra 9 285K, that just gets crushed in comparison to 9800 X3D in gaming. Genuinely like two different tiers of performance. It's like not even like a question from every benchmark that you look at. Not saying that like that part's necessarily terrible, but Intel's name of the game right now with their current CPUs is really just like productivity work. Because AMD with the 7800 X3D, which just about ties like the 4900K depending on the RAM configuration, and the 9800 X3D, which just surpasses them both by like 15 to 20% on average, they just hold the crown. Like it's just, the market has completely flipped. And Intel kind of dropped the ball with Arrow Lake, honestly. They're probably going to come back at some point. You know, that's just how it sort of goes.
I don't
doubt
doubt
what competition does. But right now, especially for Tarkov, Tarkov loves the cache, the extra cache on the AMD X3D chips. It eats that up. And the performance is just crazy. Like, it's genuinely... I would hop in and just like show you an offline match to show you the difference, but like, I gotta get going soon. But the difference is just, it's a no-brainer. It's a big enough difference to be a no-brainer, especially since the price of, for example, like a 1400K or like a Core Ultra 9 285K is similar to the 9800 X3D, mainly because the 9800 X3D is getting scalped right now because it's constantly out of stock. So it's just a no-brainer pick, especially since you probably want to buy a higher end memory config for the 1400K or the 285K to compete with the X3D in the first place. Yeah, and you can fact check that on like Gamers Nexus, Hardware Unboxed, you know, whatever your benchmark of choice is. It's just
well, AMD's done a great job. I used to have like an FX 8320 back in the day, like 10, 12 years ago.
Yeah.
Trash. Those
Oh yeah.
AMD's, oh my god, never.
Yeah,
but and it was an 8-core processor and it could run Arma 3 at like 20 frames. Like that, holy mackerel. But like AMD has done a good job. It's just I started from AMD and I moved away from it for a good reason.
Yeah.
And then I see them have good processors again, and I'm thinking, I don't know if I want to trust it. It's like
I get
abuse the relationship, you know?
Yeah.
I've had that before.
I can tell you from a guy who's using an AMD processor right now. Like I was also, my streaming PC is a 13600K, and I gamed on this for a while. Like that, I just moved that to be my streaming PC now. But the jump between those two was a night and day difference, completely, in terms of performance. And that's
when they first went from their Ryzen 3 from their AM3, is it, or AM2?
Yeah, AM3.
Or the FX 8320s, that all that black, what is it called? That genre.
I forgot the architecture name.
Yeah, huge difference. Pile driver, is that what it is? I think it's pile driver.
Bulldozer.
Right? Bulldozer.
Yep.
Yeah, they went from such a shit architecture to immediately crazy big gains.
Ryzen really opened the door for them, and then they, especially once they got the 5800 X3D out the door, that's when they really started to make a dent. And then very recently with like the 7800 X3D, 9800 X3D, Intel just hasn't been able to keep up. And also because of the, what's it called? The stability issues on 13th and 14th gen that came out with the oxidation issues. That definitely soured the taste of a lot of potential like high-end Intel buyers, and even like server providers from like have been switching from Intel to AMD chips for like, and I mean by server providers I mean like game hosting services too, like where they use like 1400Ks for great single core performance, but they had to switch from that to like a 9950X or 7950X because of the fact that they had so many of these CPUs that were starting to fail. I think from one server provider,
Love you.
the number was like 50%.
Wait 1 second, Clem, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Intel's not 3 or 4 years behind AMD. I don't think that's the case. They kind of went for a different approach. Because like the 13th and 14th gen, they were really just pushing the power limit, and I think they really need to take a step back, and that's what they did with Arrow Lake to lower the power draw and be like, okay, we need to work on efficiency, and they kind of just gave up for a little, not gave up, but they had to step back, figure out the architecture, like redesign everything, and then from there they'd be like, okay, now we need to figure out how we can push the envelope and go forward. And I think that's what they're going to do with the next generation, and I hope that they're competitive again. Not because I hate AMD, but because competition is very good. You wouldn't have seen Ryzen without competition. So, yeah, we'll see. I don't know how we got it here from trying to help his performance, but yeah, gotta give it to you, Clem. Patience is a virtue really on display in this Sherpa thing here. Well, it's just a discussion, you know. We're on it. We're on it, you know. Playing with the game with DLSS 2 balance mode in my Intel 2600. A 2600K? And a 2070 Super 30 gigs of RAM have like 75 FPS on customs. That's gotta be a 12600K then. Only map I play and I'm kind of okay with that. Yeah, that's not too bad. You probably don't need DLSS on balance. Same way we hope AMD steps up to high-end GPU game. Exactly. I really hope AMD can open the door with the 9070 XT. If we could get a 4070 Ti tier card for, or not 40, 5070 Ti tier card for 5070 pricing, AMD could really open the door. I really hope they do that. I really hope that's what it is. Or, for example, if it was like, for example, 5060 Ti tier pricing, but 5070 tier performance. That's what they have to do to really get in the GPU market share, to get that mind share of consumers. And if they can do that, then I think they're really going to, because at the end of the day, there is a portion of the audience that's like, we don't care about FSR or DLSS. I want to run it native. I don't give a fuck about your software solutions. I want bigger number better. And if they can prove that in raster, and then they can prove that in ray tracing, and unless they don't care about ray tracing either, but it sounds like they're trying to focus on ray tracing at least a little bit. If they can push that, that'd be huge. That'd be huge, 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 huge. If the 9070 XT was competitive with a 5070 Ti for $550, it would be all over my screen. Like, it would be awesome. Great competition. Fantastic to just punch Nvidia in the gut. Because Nvidia is getting greedy. I'm not going to lie. Especially with VRAM getting way too greedy. Can't we hope for a 5090 competitor at some point? Yeah, at some point. I'm sure they'll start to fight back in the high end again, I'm sure. And of course, Intel is starting to open the door too, but if that's going to take a lot of time, you know, so we shall see. I'll take this moment too, really quickly, to say, stretch. First off, get some water, and make sure, if you haven't already, we're on YouTube and Twitch. So go to your preferred platform. We're on both. I'm trying to get my Twitch follower count to be the same as my Discord server member count. And we're short about 1,300 people. So if you wouldn't mind, I'd appreciate it if you check out the Twitch.
EFT is not a fun game.
Thank you, Wildebeest, for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate it, brother. As well, Ghost, thank you for the follow. And DeVito, thank you for the follow as well on Twitch. Appreciate it. Today's sesh definitely opened my eyes. Was about to go camp at Micro Center for 5070 Ti. Yeah, it may not be worth it. It may not be worth it, because if you can't get it, you wasted your time. Stuff's gonna be scalped. Just breathe and give it some time, you know? I'm only getting 30 to 40 FPS with the Xeon E5 2640 V4. He's got the server CPU. Oh shit. And a 1070. Hey, that's a really good budget build, but I don't know if you could get to a constant 50. Maybe. You can make a post in the server and we can check out your settings, check out if you have anything running in the background, stuff like that. And if you didn't know, in my Discord as well, we have the help forum page, and you can make your own individual posts like Onigiri did here, for example, and ask whatever questions you like to ask, and people can come in and help you out. Cody, thank you for the follow as well, by the way. I appreciate it. I've been following you for Twitch on Twitch for 5 months. I mean, you've been here for a lot longer, though. You've been here for a lot longer. D2 Coney, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it, man. That was like over a year ago, wasn't it, Ghost? Yeah, I know. YouTube's the higher quality too right now. I think, did AV1 open on YouTube or on Twitch yet? Because maybe I should try that out soon. Took you so long to tell me you did Twitch. Well, I think when I was Sherpaing you, I wasn't streaming on Twitch at that time, I don't think, because I didn't have my dual PC. Or no, I was streaming on both before that, but hey Clem, did you ever get any clarification from Axel on whether or not DLSS 4 is allowed by BSG? No. I was gonna DM him on Twitch or on Twitter, but he has his DMs closed, so I left a comment on his video about DLSS 4 where he said that, and I don't think he responded to me. I mean, I haven't checked, but let me see.
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
I'm back.
Welcome back, man. Did you have any like final questions or anything before because I'd have to pop out pretty soon. I was gonna end the stream by 5, so
I knew you were gonna leave soon. I tried to rush back.
No, you're good.
Are you? I was thinking of actually getting a 5090. I mean, sorry, 5070.
Okay.
Because it's only $500. It's not much. It's an upgrade. I wouldn't have to run quality DLSS. So it would immediately just look better in general. And maybe if DLSS enables frame gen, I could try it. That was just an enabler kind of thing. Like if maybe I could like it, maybe I can't. I don't know. I have to test it myself.
First off, good luck, because I don't know if you're gonna be able to find one in stock.
Especially for $499 or whatever their
I think it's
MSRP.
$549, I think. But yeah, it's gonna be. I'm sure it's gonna be marked up from there. But secondarily, you're not gonna see much performance
EFT
uplift
is not a fun
because
game.
you're waiting on that CPU and memory config to do its thing. So
Right.
I don't know if it's worth your money to do that rather than spend on upgrading your CPU and memory first and getting a motherboard. But
Oh, and then another history. Before I had the FX 8320, I had a Athlon 235E. Athlon 235E.
that is
It's a dual core from like 2006 or 7. Horrible.
that was when I was 4 years old. That's
Really?
yeah.
Oh god, don't call me old like that, man. Jesus Christ.
My bad.
Fuck.
But yeah, I used to game on one of those old dual core Athlons, and it was not a good experience. It was like an office PC.
My computer history is interesting. I went from a dual core with the card that was in that was a GT 610.
Oh.
It was like 512 megabytes of memory. Then the next one I got was the FX 8320 with a, if I'm not mistaken, a 750 Ti. Not bad. That was the first computer that I had that was like, this is decent. This is workable.
That's back in that time, yeah.
And then I moved on. I had this i5. I think it was a solid computer. It was like i5 8400. But in the cleaning my computer, all right, my dad actually had the air can upside down and it sprayed ice into the computer.
Oh, it condensated
And
on the... Oh.
and we didn't notice it happened, right? It's just kind of, you're spraying it, and I powered it on. I'm like, and I played the first game and I was like, oh, I'm getting more than 60 FPS. This is, and then the computer went black and I was like, oh no. Oh no, what happened? No, please God, no, it's Christmas, please, no. And then my dad instantly went to the store, got me another computer for that. And then after that, my house burnt down. That other computer was a 2060 Super and an i7 97, I think, 9700.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
My house burnt down last year, February.
Jeez, sorry.
And then last year I got the 4060 Ti with a i7 14700. So it's my best computer yet.
Yeah.
And it's a solid computer. Don't get me wrong. Like any game, 200 FPS. Most games.
Oh
2K.
yeah, you're gonna be most like if you're playing a lot of competitive shooters or if you play like Arma, should be no problem on that as well. Like
if it's not Tarkov, it runs good. You know what I mean?
But like Tarkov, Star Citizen, I'm blanking on the other one that I was gonna mention. But like really CPU intensive titles that are really, really heavy are just gonna be rough.
Where there's AI, people, loot, storage, ammo in your gun, how many bullets, got to keep track of all this stuff.
Everything's a projectile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Physics engine. Yeah, I know. But it's just
Keeping track of the cheaters who are like Supermaning across the map, flying and shooting people in the head in one shot. That's
every
takes a lot of
time
performance.
Every time Tarkov's logs say like we are adding the next date of the engine, like the new Unity engine, this 2023. I'm like, oh please God, please.
That's not
make
that's
the
not
frame
gonna,
rate better.
They
please.
need to use those engines to put the work in to optimize things. It's not the engine itself that's gonna fix it. They have to, and that's what they've said. It's the tools for them to do what they need to do. It's not like going to be the fix. So, as we've seen.
Well, I'm just expecting like I'm hoping. I'm hoping it's a scapegoat. Like, please God, just give me like 30 more frames. We'll be solid. All right. Like
just frame gen. Loss of scaling
30,
times 4. Boom.
I'd be okay with frame gen. If frame gen didn't feel horrible, like if it felt smooth enough that I could play it, I think I could live with that over having less than 70 frames in a scope. I think I could.
Yeah.
Streets probably feels terrible with it because you're still getting like that 50 frame rate.
Oh yeah.
And then frame gen makes it better looking, but horrible feeling.
But again, some people love it and they really like it and they don't, you know, notice the input latency as much. And that's why in my video I had to just be like, you know,
you have to try it.
Yeah, you just gotta try and see. And I outlined the pros and the cons, and you know, that's just kind of.
Well, it's like some people saying 60 FPS is the highest your eyeballs could see. Bullshit.
Which is crazy. Which is crazy.
Bullshit.
Just want to mention that. It's crazy.
I think it's around 400. That's like absolute max. Anything beyond that is impossible to discern the difference. You know what I mean? Like
once I get between, like for me, it's like once I get past about, because I have a 240 hertz monitor. Once I get past like 180, then I'm like, okay, it's so smooth to a point that it's very hard for me to.
I agree, yeah. But like I can't just, my mind can't wrap around the idea that our eyeballs are FPS locked, because our eyeballs are not something that's hardware. You know what I mean?
We are not built around frames per second.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, yeah. If you're trying to get off, you know, just you know, let me know. I don't want to talk your ear off, dude. You know, if you got something to do.
Well, I do. My family's waiting for me.
All right, man.
But yeah. Thanks for coming on. If you need anything else,
all right, dude.
Feel free to ask, either me or in the Discord or in the stream or whatever. And yeah, thanks for coming on, man. Appreciate it. Is he there? Look. Is he? What just happened? He's gone.
Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I was grabbing my bird.
Oh.
I'm still here.
Oh, okay. You're good. I was like, he didn't even like say goodbye. He's just like gone. I was like, did he just like shut off his PC?
He didn't even say goodbye. No, I just expected you to right click me and click disconnect. Honestly, I didn't know how you would.
Oh, okay.
Wait, no, don't do it. No, please, God, no, don't do it, Clem. Don't Thanos snap me into the. No.
Oh, it didn't work.
Expecting it.
Oh, shit.
That's interesting.
I'm doing it to myself.
I lived.
Okay. You guys saw me, I hit disconnect there. I almost actually hit kick. That was about to be. That would be a big thing. Oh. Oh man. We made it, chat. Sherpa. Oh, okay. My family's waiting for me, so I can't stick around for too long. But thank you for being here. If you kicked me, my villain, you saw me in the, like in the video, in the replay, like I actually went over kicked, and I was like, oh shit. I know, Scratch. I know. But yeah, thanks for being here, guys. Great stream. Appreciate y'all being here. I'll be back again Friday, 6:30 p.m. CST. Same routine. Maybe I'll post a video this week. We'll see. I got some ideas, but we'll see what I post. And yeah, I gotta get moving. So thanks for being here. I will see you all then. And make sure you check out my Twitch and my Discord, !Discord, or top link in the YouTube description. I'll see y'all. Peace.